All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, September 9th. 3 study session items for tonight. We got up first, Director of Public Works Victor Rachael, Traffic Engineer Manager Adam Maxwell, as well as members from our Englewood Police Department here to provide an update on current traffic calming projects and the proposed neighborhood traffic calming program. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. Let's see, make sure the slide deck's working. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce Adam Maxwell, our new traffic engineering manager. Adam has been with the city now for coming up on 5 months. A little bit about Adam. So he has a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering, 1996, graduated from the University of Arizona. Has over 28 years of experience in traffic engineering, both public and private sector, more on the private sector, but did work for the city of Arvada, worked for Adams County. He is familiar with the whole litany of acronyms that we traffic engineers enjoy talking about. AASHTO, that's a standard for highway design, FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration criteria. Some we'll talk about tonight. The MUTCD, the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Adam's background is extensive in all things traffic engineering. So with that, Adam, if you have anything you want to add there.
Thank you, Victor. It's nice to meet all of you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm originally an Arizona boy. When I went to the University of Arizona and worked for 4 years in the Phoenix metro area working on transportation and traffic solutions. A lot of traffic in Phoenix. Had an opportunity to move here in the spring of 2000 when the new Colorado Mills Mall was being developed. And I worked closely with the city of Lakewood at that time. That was my introduction to Colorado, to design traffic signals and a roadway network around that facility. So it's been quite a range of projects in the 24 years since then. So I really appreciate the opportunity to bring my skill set to come and join you all here at the city of Englewood. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Adam. All right, so getting into what we're going to be talking about tonight. So our agenda for transportation traffic calming, we're going to talk about our strategic plan, how that all ties in, the Vision Zero connection, a little bit about the MUTCD, the model traffic code, and how we bring all this into city code, how it all ties together. Then we're going to talk about some traffic calming projects and projects related to traffic calming. They have elements of them that we've completed, things we have in progress. We're going to talk a little bit about the development of the neighborhood traffic calming program, what we envision that to look like. And then we're going to get into the 2025 budget, the requests around transportation and traffic calming specifically as it relates. And then, of course, open it up for questions. So what guides us as traffic engineers in the city? So first we have the strategic plan. The strategic plan runs through the end of 2025, of course, probably extended, adopted, and modified. We have transportation goals in our strategic plan that we're really trying to hone in on. Adam has had a very short time here at the city, but hitting the ground running and knows the importance of these items that we're trying to tackle. And a citywide effort for transportation, starts here with the strategic plan and those goals and how they tie into reference manuals and the model traffic code. So our guiding documents and references, we have the Vision Zero connection, the Dr. Cog Vision Zero, built around those 3 E's that we've talked about in the past: engineering, education, and enforcement. Traffic calming specifically really ties into that engineering element. Then we have the MUTCD. This is a federally published document. That's the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. This guides us and makes sure that we have consistency throughout the United States. All stop signs look the same. All double yellows look the same. We have warrants that we look at for specific things like traffic signals. When do we put them in? When do we put all-way stops in? The MUTCD is that guiding document that all local governments follow, state and federal. How do we do that? Through code? The model traffic code. So the model traffic code for Colorado adopts the MUTCD, and then City of Englewood adopts the model traffic code. And that's how it all kind of ties together from an enforcement and regulatory standpoint. Vision Zero connection. So Vision Zero, again, we're looking to eliminate all preventable fatalities and serious injuries and increasing that health, safety, and equity of mobility for all within the city. Again, pointing to those 3 E's. We have that traditional approach and the Vision Zero approach, that deaths are preventable, and, integrating that human failing approach, fatal crashes, and saving lives is not too expensive. Continuing with Vision Zero, traffic calming components. These are things that traffic calming may include. Again, these are going to be data-driven specifics. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the presentation. But islands, traffic calming islands, reducing speeds, narrowing those lanes, improving pedestrian connections, bike lanes, protected bike lanes where appropriate, buffered bike lanes, improve pedestrian spaces with better sidewalks, meeting ADA, raised crosswalks. And then last on the list here, you got the hawk signal, protected pedestrian crossing, specific for pedestrians only, and it stops the main line. And we have a project, and we'll talk about that in progress. MUTCD, again, this is a nationally adopted manual, actually just recently updated, and defines the standards used by roadway managers and traffic engineers nationwide. Dictates how we install, where we install, the height, the location, size, visibility requirements, and things of that nature on our public roadways. The warrants, touched a little bit on this. So we use 9 warrants when we're looking at traffic control devices. We have the 8-hour volume warrant, and that's how many cars are coming by within an 8-hour period. We collect data for all of these. The 4-hour, the peak hour, and the peak hour is that rush hour that you think about in the morning and afternoon. So we generally have 2 peaks. Pedestrian volumes, school crossing, those 2 are going to be important and something we're going to talk about a little bit later. Coordinated signal systems, whether or not we have those on the network. Crashes, we're always looking at crashes, and specifically here, it's within a 12-month window. Do we see crashes that are correctable? Roadway network, what does that roadway network look like? Is there other connecting roadways? And then intersections near or at a grade crossing. And then on the right-hand side, you can see some of the standard signs. This is straight out of the MUTCD. Next up, the model traffic code. Again, I touched on this earlier, but it provides uniformity within the state and adopts the MUTCD and how we do things, why we do them. And then something that we hear a lot about is, where in code does it say this is the standard? This is where the MUTCD gets adopted by the state and then in turn by the city. And this is uniform throughout the state, with all cities adopting the model traffic code for Colorado. It also contains a lot of things in there for enforcement when it comes to PD as well, with respect to regulatory signage and things of that nature. All right, so overview of projects. I'm going to turn this over to Adam.
Thank you, Victor. So a few projects that have been completed and are in completion. The Floyd Avenue at Lady Street. So some islands were added, bike lanes and pedestrian improvements to shorten the crossing distance and make the intersection a little more clear to traveling public. As part of a development review, the Fifield development has been tasked with installing traffic calming improvements. This is what's shown here to the left of Fifield is a engineering diagram of a raised pedestrian crossing. So this is a concrete pedestrian crossing that would otherwise not be there, if you will. This under
Has been canceled. Hey, sir, can you please, no comment anymore after direct? Thank you, though.
so this is currently under construction, so they're being looked at this now. This is also part of some curb extensions and other things to improve the pedestrian experience for those that are coming and going from the Fifield development. Another project in progress is quite a large one of the Old Hamden Complete Streets east of Broadway on Old Hamden. So the goal here is to improve the pedestrian experience and consider all users. So it's a much, much wider concrete multi-use path instead of the more narrow sidewalk that's there today. And in lieu of some turn lanes that have been studied to not necessarily be needed, those are removed to provide some amenity zones, some increased pedestrian lighting, and the lanes themselves to be narrowed to encourage slower speeds. There's new marked pedestrian crossings, as well as the bus stops have been improved, so it should be easier for the buses to load and unload the passengers. Another project that's in progress, it's in the design stage, just like the complete streets, is the Old Hamden is the South Broadway complete streets. What you're looking at on the right here is one of the design plan sheets that is currently in review in the engineering department in Public Works. This is showing a solution that may or may not be implemented, that is a small traffic circle with some bicycle lane striping as well. This design should be completed by early January. The pedestrian ramps are being reconstructed along Broadway. The bus stops themselves are being upgraded. New pedestrian lighting is being designed, excuse me, as well as pedestrian concrete bulb outs, so that at the signalized intersections along Broadway Street, the pedestrians won't need as much time to cross the road. So that's being improved. There's also striped bulb outs and some traffic calming on the collector roads that are between Sherman Street and Broadway.
All right, next up, we have the hawk signal, which I referred to earlier, and again, back to warrants. I know there's been some discussion here at council specifically about this location. This is the South Broadway pedestrian crossing. It exists today as a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. That's also called the RRFB. The interesting thing about that is while state law states that as the pedestrians in the crosswalk, vehicles are supposed to yield, it's not as encouraging without having the traffic light overhead, which you will see in the lower picture there is just an example of a hawk signal. So we are in design process now. We're going to take out the RFB, put in a hawk signal so to have a more visible protected crossing for pedestrians. That design's in process, and we anticipate installation beginning in Q2 of 2025 with that. And we're combining that with the mill and overlay project that's going to go here in the next few weeks to resurface and go ahead and get the striping in correctly and prepared for that project. Next up, also in process is the East Dartmouth Avenue traffic calming. Design completion anticipated on this one at the end of the year. These are the two roundabouts. We've come before council a few times with these. These are to specifically address right angle accidents at this location, and we'll remove 2 traffic signals there. These include striping, bulb outs, mini roundabouts, all to address the accident pattern and increase traffic calming and traffic safety at those locations. Some projects in progress. I know the last few discussions we've had around budget, we've talked about what are we doing today. So right now we are going to be collecting data on Dartmouth Avenue, and we're already coordinating with PD and have some data from them. We're going to do an independent additional collection there to verify speeds on Dartmouth in front of Bishop in 3 separate locations. And that will be done here in the next few weeks. And we're coordinating with the police department and the Englewood schools, meeting with their superintendent to talk about that. And some of the considerations there, again, are the roadway configuration, number of lanes, fact it's a truck route. We got that residential access, some business accesses, and then, of course, the location, because we're specifically talking about Broadway to Santa Fe in that stretch. The next one is Oxford Avenue Ped Crossing. This is really focusing on the Fox Street location that's been identified in other studies for a potential pedestrian crossing, and we're going to be collecting data there, again, in coordination with the schools and the police department, specifically to look at applying for the Safe Routes to School grant that's due in November. We've already met with the schools once, including their grant writer who's helping us with the grant writing application, but using that data, again, to further the discussion and the design of what's appropriate based on the MUTCD and the model traffic code. What can we put in there based on vehicles, based on speed, based on pedestrians that will be respected, be used, and meets those codes and criteria.
So continuing with our projects in progress, what's always in progress are traffic operations We're constantly looking at the roads, and when I say constantly, is since I came in the door, we've developed a relationship, or it was already here, I've developed a relationship with the police department to talk about some hot spots, to talk about some of their concerns. We also work closely with code enforcement, looking at sight distance. So if you pull up to an intersection, like this, the picture on the upper right here shows that stop sign was obstructed. A citizen let us know, so that's Public Works, the traffic engineering, and the Parks Department working together to clean that tree up. But we also work with code enforcement to address the parking concerns that come through our Q alert system and through our code enforcement folks to ensure that we have the signing that might be needed, or to give them some suggestions on where trimming needs to occur on corners and things of that nature. This is part of the Vision Zero that we're committed to, and looking at crashes and such through the city is operations as part of that. The E for education, I'm working with communications and the other departments for outreach. We have installed, or we have our internal stakeholder group established, and we have started talking with Englewood schools, as Victor has mentioned. But the bottom corner is a response to a citizen concern on a one-way road that there wasn't enough signing to make it clear. So this is us installing some more do not enters and wrong way signs. This is part of the everyday work that traffic engineering does. So the big thing tonight is the development of the neighborhood traffic calming program. Go ahead, Victor. The goals of any traffic calming program is to really establish what is our decision-making method based upon data. Our friends at Federal Highway Administration provide guidance that says this process should not require a bunch of studies, but rather have a balance between what the neighborhood wants and what our textbooks and technical references suggest. There's not a single solution that applies to each neighborhood. The biggest goal that we have initially is to reduce documented speeding on our residential and local collector streets. As part of our commitment to the community, as we look at solutions like speed cushions, which is what's shown in the upper picture, or narrowing some of our intersections, or providing speed display signs, any option that we come up with cannot negatively impact our friends in the police department, our fire department, our EMS times. We're going to work closely with them, and that relationship has started. I have a meeting tomorrow with the fire chief. So the goal will also be to utilize as many tools as we have in our toolbox to see what we can do for documented issues. So first, after getting a report that there is a concern from the citizen or wherever it may come from, we would identify if the issue is indeed appropriate for traffic calming. What is the issue? What are the aspects of it? Develop data-driven traffic calming plan. By data-driven, we would look at crashes. We would collect data for speeds. We would talk with PD about how enforcement's going in that area. As part of that plan, we would implement it and evaluate if it's indeed working. So we talk about a data-driven approach. We collect data before. We verify the need. We verify if it's applicable to traffic calming. You would install traffic calming, such as what's shown here in some of these pictures. And then the big key is collect data afterwards. Did it work? Collect it again in 6 months. Is it still working? And then something our partners are doing over at the City of Littleton is to go back in a year or two and do a big study and say, how is all of this working?
All right, and so how all that ties into our 2025 budget. So for 2025, and I'm sorry to repeat, I think we've talked about this a few times, but traffic calming toolbox, this is development of the toolbox. So this is to hire a consultant to take the things we've talked about tonight, put pen to paper, including public engagement, and advance that and stand up the neighborhood traffic calming program. So we are looking at requests for $100,000 in 2025 to do that process. And it also ties in, again, to the strategic plan listed in 2025. Implementation of the traffic calming program is Safe Routes to School. There's a request for 250,000. Now we're going to be getting the program up and running. So depending on the speed at which that happens will dictate, of course, with the asks and what we find in there. And of course, the analysis we're doing now, how all that plays together, how quickly that 250,000 gets spent. And we do anticipate with the program standing up, we're going to have to evaluate how many applications are coming in. What is the outlay for those applications from the warrants perspective, perception versus the data, and how quickly that 250 will be deployed, and then potentially future requests on an annual basis, depending again on the number of asks coming in and the number of traffic calming projects we need to implement. The citywide transportation plan, we currently do not have this. The request is for 250,000 in 2025. And the goal here again is to identify improvements, look at those known areas of issues, but also give the city a document that's adopted to look at and to hold developers accountable to. If they're developing next to one of these known trouble spots, to make sure that we have something to look at in addition to their traffic study, and to, from the city's perspective, make sure things are being accounted for and addressed. Walk and wheel implementation, we've asked for 245,000 in 2025. We already have a plan for walk and wheel. This request will allow us to implement projects within there that are prioritized within that budget. And again, that's sidewalk gaps, widening, and following that master plan. And last, the Safe Routes to School grant funding. There's been some conversation there. So just for perspective, we put this slide together. Again, we're waiting on data, and we're going to check the warrants and things of that nature. But the highest cost option, if warranted, would be the Hawk Signal, based on what we're seeing at Broadway, which is not completely dissimilar. Bless you. We're anticipating somewhere in the neighborhood of 525,000, bless you, for the Hawk Signal. That includes curb modifications, bulb outs, which are likely, striping, poles, underground boring, controller cabinet. And some of the things we're going to have to think about as we work through this process. Parking on street will be impacted. We have to have a certain clearance for parking requirements. And then there's another ped crossing just to the west. It's a span wire, it's existing. We're going to have to look at that and see if that's impacted. There's a certain distance you're supposed to have between these two types of crossings. The grant for Safe Routes to School is a 20% match. So using the 525,000, the city's match would be 105,000 for that grant. And with that, we'll pause, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Director Rachael and Manager Adam Maxwell, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. My first question is just about in one of the slides it mentioned an engineering design and implementation process. Are you guys familiar with more of the more iterative approach that you're starting to see in some communities, where they'll do a demonstration project that maybe just lasts a day up to a week, and then you follow that up with a pilot project that's not maybe a permanent solution, but is good for 6 months to a year, and then after that you can do kind of an intermediate term and then a long-term solution. But that kind of approach, I think, really allows us to try a lot of different things all at once and then narrow down to the ones that are most effective or in the places that have the most need. Is that something you're familiar with?
Great question. I'm going to turn it over to Adam. But yes, we are familiar with that. That's the short answer. And that would be something we would look to develop as part of the toolbox. And Adam recently participated in a multi-jurisdictional discussion, and I believe that was one of the topics. So, Adam.
It was held last week at the city of Centennial, and had our friends from Arapahoe County and Littleton and the sheriff's department there. There's two parts to that. So there's an initial look with cones and things that hasn't always shown to be, from my research and talking to others, that great. But we're looking at a stepped approach that would be devices that would be like tubular markers and other things, instead of coming and ripping up your street and putting concrete bulb outs and things of that nature. It's more of a pilot program to have those visual cues to see if did it work in the first place before we would go and tear up the street. And then it is a stepped approach where it says, hey, if this is working and this is showing to be, after 6 months, to still be a good solution, that's when we talk about funding and options for intersection reconstruction, actually concrete bulb outs and such. We are currently, with the projects even that you saw on the screen earlier, taking somewhat of a stepped approach and using some devices that can be removed if they find that they're not effective. So yeah, we are aware of that, and as part of our process, as we're looking at it, we're really, again, I'm kind of beating up on it, but the stepped approach to say, what's an initial thing that might solve this rather than come and completely change the character of your street. Yes, sir.
So I want to follow up just on one thing. The stepped approach you're talking about sounds like something that would last several months or a year. There's the one piece that I would really like to see implemented is the demonstration project approach, where it could be neighborhood led, and it can be something that could be popped up just for a day to say, oh, imagine if your street had a bulb out, and so use some temporary spray paint or whatever, and paint a bulb out there and put a tree and a planter in the bulb out so people get a feel for, oh, what would my street feel like? And that way it could be more of an engaged approach with the neighbors in a neighborhood, and people could participate. They do it, stand out there and watch what happens to traffic when you do this, do it for one day or a week, and just let people see it, let people even lead it, but have a really engaged process where you can pull the citizens in the different neighborhoods. That's what I'd really like to see is those quick demonstration projects that are very short term, but may inspire more long-term change. I know in some communities there are groups of people who will get together, and the city won't do anything about traffic, so they'll just go out and set up their own stuff. And I would prefer it be sanctioned by the city, but if that could be a part of the program, then I think it would show the citizens that we're really trying to take that iterative approach into consideration.
Thank you. It's being discussed now as we start, as I work on my relationship with our communications department. We've started, what is our public outreach? We've started that dialogue. It was brought to my attention that I need to go out to some of these neighborhood nights and get to know the community that way. And I think that's going to be our initial approach as we develop this program is that we are in your neighborhood, we are here, and let's start talking about it, for sure.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Member Ward.
I think Councilman Anderson kind of hit on what I was going to talk about a little bit, but my question is in regards to measuring the effectiveness of these programs. You made mention of some of the things that other municipalities are doing, and I think down the future we spend $100,000 or something building bulb outs or doing whatever we need to do to install traffic calming, and then it either doesn't work or it's largely rejected by the neighbors. How do we correct that, or how do we ensure ahead of time that we're not wasting money on these types of programs? Because that would be what I would see as waste if we do something that doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's kind of a multi-pronged approach. One, the program needs to make sure it's engaged with the community and the request and has buy-in from the community members. Just as an example, speed cushions. If someone hits those at speed, you'll want to make sure all the neighbors that are adjacent, if that's the appropriate application, are on board with having that there and understand, hey, there's going to be some sound from it. Cars can be squeaky sometimes. It may be in front of your home in some level or fashion or on a property line. So I think that's one approach. We also need to look at lessons learned from our surrounding communities. What has been effective? What has worked? What hasn't worked? What have they found from a public engagement standpoint? And that's not just our immediate neighbors. That could be folks further to the north. What is the Front Range seeing as an effective traffic calming measure to address certain things? And then every community's different. We got different roadway networks, whether it's more grid-based, it could be older roadways, wider roadways. And so we're going to have to pull all that together as part of the program to make sure we're doing something that's effective, that works for the community, that the community wants, and then ultimately addresses the concern.
Awesome. I appreciate that approach because as you know, we're not engineers, we're politicians. And when people have issues with moving around in the city, often they're not picking up the phone and calling Public Works. They're picking up the phone and calling one of us. So it would be a nightmare scenario for me to to pick up the phone and hear this newly installed thing doesn't work for the neighborhood. So I'm glad we're getting in ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you for the presentation. Welcome to Englewood. We're very happy that you're here. There's a lot for you to do, as you can tell. I've got a few questions, and building off of my colleagues a little bit, I think one of the things when I absorb this information, and I think potentially when the citizens absorb it, is just the question of cohesion and like consistency. So we don't have a traffic plan. We have a walk and wheel plan. We want to do a neighborhood calming plan. All of these things, it's not immediately clear to me that they're all going to connect. And I am a little bit concerned about, well, we're going to do this here or that here. We're going to do a school thing here, but maybe it's not going to flow together, pardon the pun. And so that's a flag for me as I hear even some of the budget requests. And that was one reason that I think we wanted this study session, was just to understand that there's a difference between a multi-prong approach and then those prongs happening in a vacuum. And I don't think that's the intention here, but I just want to make sure that they're connected in some sort of strategic way. So can you speak a little bit to that and how you're thinking about that as you're building parts of the plan without having the actual traffic plan in place?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So you're right, we have multiple kind of things going. The citywide traffic study would kind of be the overarching document supplemented by the walk and wheel plan that's already done. Now, as you move through things like traffic calming, some of that workflow will be to check those things in addition to looking at walk and wheel, what's been identified, making sure it's consistent and it's not conflicting. Looking at the Ham's study on 285, is it consistent? The citywide traffic study, is it consistent? And then plugging in even with our community development. Do we have development in the area? What are they planning? Is it consistent? And then we also have to think about our jurisdictional boundaries. If we're looking at things near the edges, or maybe not even near the edges, but our roadways as they connect as major thoroughfares through Littleton, Denver, Sheridan, how are those all tying together? So it will need to be part of the workflow specifically for traffic calming to make sure that all those boxes are checked and that those are feeding into the ultimate goal of the strategic plan, which is really that overarching piece.
So when you do the citywide traffic plan, you will integrate the traffic calming and the walk and wheel, and that's when you will pull it together.
Correct. So that'll all be encompassed within that.
And you're not concerned at all about sequencing?
I believe we need to get some of these things up and running. Example, the traffic calming program. I think we need to get that program up and running and get the foundation done and start the conversation. At the same time, getting the citywide traffic plan going. I do believe that they're both going to take a certain amount of time, but by the time we start getting applications in for the neighborhood traffic calming, the citywide traffic study should be well underway, if not wrapping up.
That's helpful. Can I ask a couple more, Mayor? My next question is, and I think I've said this before, from when you came and presented to us earlier this year, coming out of our strategic plan conversation about Vision Zero and the way we're approaching traffic in the city, we talked about how we are responding and how we're identifying hotspot areas where we might need to do some sort of intervention. And it was a lot of what you spoke to with our police department and identifying where we have crashes or where we have consistent enforcement issues. While I really appreciate that we are addressing those areas, it's an incredibly reactive model. We're also in the new traffic calming toolbox reacting to where we have citizen complaints. What are we thinking about to be more proactive and catching areas before they become problematic? Is that part of the way you're thinking about this or planning for this?
So part of the challenge with traffic calming is that it is a response. So until the behavior shows itself, there's not a need to do something about it. One of the things that Victor and I talk about is consistency in the equity as well, not doing something on this street that pushes them to the next street. And the commitment that I have to the community and to you all tonight is that I know the folks at the city of Littleton. I know that city traffic engineer as well as the city of Centennial traffic engineer. I have years of working with those individuals. And as we look at our toolbox as to what we would reach for as a solution
I was gonna say,
If I start hearing the walkout music, I start buttoning my coat up.
we're checking to see how you do under pressure, so.
Too funny.
But not sure why it would shut down that monitor, that monitor, that monitor, so. If anybody needs to take a short break, feel free to do so. We'll take a 5-minute recess while we get this up and running. All right, Mr. Maxwell, I think we are now back. Hopefully you remember where you left off, but okay,
I do.
go ahead.
The question was asked is, are we doing anything proactively or are we just going to react? So as I mentioned, traffic calming is most oftentimes it is a reactionary process. But what we're doing proactively is, I attended the meeting last week for the Safety Summit at the City of Centennial, and I'm going to be following up with the city traffic engineer at the City of Littleton to talk specifically about what's working and what's not working within their program, so we can start to identify today what those tools are, what devices, if you put stripes in the road, worked or didn't work. So they've done their post data collection after traffic calming was installed, so they know, at least in their community, what's working or not. And so we're gonna glean as much as we can now so that we're ready as we implement this to not take too long to have solutions on tap. If it worked for them, it's something we're certainly going to consider in our community.
I appreciate that response. And while I completely understand your point about we don't have a problem until there's a problem to respond to, typically, in my experience on this council, when we've gotten to that point, it has been when the citizens are quite frustrated because they've identified a problem. And I would love to see us be able to respond before they are at that point of acute frustration.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I partially misspoke. So the first part of any traffic calming program is to do a citywide evaluation of all of the crashes and what's happening now. That's where we work closely with PD to say, what's happening today? Not let's wait until a citizen complains that somebody might get run over on their street. Where are the crashes that we had last year? Where are they at this year? Where are the known spots where PD has enforcement challenges? And that's where we start. So that proactively will occur and is starting now.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Wright, before we get to you, do you mind if I ask a follow-up question to that? Because that's one of the questions I had. Because we do talk about taking a data-driven approach with identifying problem areas within the city. We're having some type of data collection in the city today, but it's not happening everywhere, right? So right now, we have a speed radar at Bishop. And so we're collecting data there in terms of speeding, because that's the problem that we're hearing quite a bit about now on Dartmouth, on Oxford. Not necessarily so much that there's accidents that have occurred today, but that they're speeding. And so if we're trying to narrow the roads and lessen the speeding issue across the city, how do we do that if we don't have speed radars in other pockets of the city where we have heard from constituents that there is an issue, that they would like to see additional stop signs, but it doesn't fit our model code? What steps are we taking in that regard, since it's not necessarily an accident, it's more of a speeding issue?
So I'll jump in real quick and then pass it to Adam. So, PD has 2 radar signs, and those are used to, one, collect data, but also provide feedback, because they can work with the feedback sign on that tells you your speed. They can also work with that off and just run in more data collection mode. We have other methods to collect data. We use a consultant, and they put down tubes on the road to get that data. We also have visual observations that we can conduct to see kind of what's going on. We have, as you mentioned, and I believe Member Noonan mentioned too, we have some areas that we know we've gotten feedback on, and our goal is to, one, try and get out in front of those based on traffic patterns that we've either seen or experienced, one, in our profession, or two, within the community on more kind of a historic type basis. And then paired with that, we have areas of development, things like road closures, where we know a road closure is going to happen. It's going to push traffic to a different location, trying to be thoughtful about that, how that's going to impact our communities. And then around the development piece also, and we touched a little bit on Fifield, knowing that we're going to be adding so many commuters, residents to the roadways, trying to get out there in front of that. So speeding is something that we work with on PD, and they can also tell us kind of what they're seeing if they're getting calls, because we may not get the calls for speeding enforcement. That may go straight to PD. And so that's part of our collaboration with PD. And then if we need to build additional data sets because of the concern and how we're going to address it, we can do that, but that's not always necessary.
Thank you, Director. Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you and welcome. On top of the questions I had, I'm going to piggyback on both of you. We have several roads in our city that are managed by CDOT. And then we intersect with other cities. How is that managed? I know that just driving 285 often, we have a lot of accidents and fatalities on those, 285. So how is that managed? Do we say, oh, we have this data and our officers, work those accidents? Do we go to CDOT and say, we would like this to happen, or how does that work?
Yeah, great question. That is almost exactly how it works. So we get the data from our police officers, or our own observations for that matter. 285 is one of the routes that I drive frequently, and convey that to our counterparts at CDOT and make suggestions. Hey, we're seeing a lot of right angle accidents. With the flashing yellow arrow, people are turning and not realizing there's not a gap. And so we can recommend changes to, say, the traffic signal phasing, how the signal operates. It may not be quite as efficient, but it may be safer, depending on what exactly the accident pattern is. So there's a handoff point where we hand it off to CDOT and say, okay, this is what we're seeing. Here's what we think is a resolution. And then we try and follow up with them and see what actions are going to happen. CDOT recently took back the traffic signals, which has been a little bit of an experience. The timing wasn't great. It took them a little while to get that fixed and get it back in step where all the signals were working relatively well together. But yes, we do stay in touch with the state on their corridors, whether it's Santa Fe, 285, Bellevue.
Okay, and Bellevue's a big one also. So,
Yes.
Okay, so the big thoroughfares where we have a lot of issues, I drive Bellevue a lot, so. For a lot of what you're listing in here, it's a lot of money. Are there grants available for some of what we're wanting to do in this?
Great question. Yes, so last week when I was invited to join the city of Littleton and Arapahoe County and the Sheriff's Department at the city of Centennial, they were talking about the grants that they received for Safe Streets for All and how they had implemented it through their neighborhood traffic calming program. So I'm looking forward to those conversations with their city traffic engineer on the pursuit of grants and how they did that. So yes, there are monies available for these programs, these neighborhood traffic calming programs, yes.
Okay. I know that traffic calming is, important to a lot of people. One of the concerns that I have is I drive around the city a lot, and a lot of our roads are in disrepair. And I know that there are certain sections that are chosen that we're going to work on this one, this area because of this. But if you go into my area of town, there are roads where you feel like you're, I don't know, on a roller coaster at some points, because it's just, my grandkids will just open their mouths and go, because you're, and that's a concern. And I'm thinking traffic calming and is important, but being safe when you're driving on a safe road is just as important. So my question is, how do we balance both? I'm to the point where I can't drive Union anymore. It's not safe for my car, it's not safe for people. And if you get someone that's driving fast, between Federal and Santa Fe, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But there's other areas, that west of Federal, little area, there's roads there that are neglected. So how do we balance traffic calming with safe roads, with them being updated and not having huge potholes that can cause traffic accidents also?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we do have this will be our second year with the sales tax money for paving and addressing that. So patching potholes is a temporary fix. Union is slated to be repaved, and we're having to actually redesign that section of roadway due to the amount of truck traffic, particularly from about the midway point to the east. There is a no trucks section in there on the west side, closer to Federal. But from a road safety perspective, we should be trying to patch potholes. And again, it's not a permanent thing, but again, to make it safe until we can come in and do a more comprehensive milling and full replacement in the case of Union. Most of our roads, we're able to either do what's called a deep patch or do a mill and overlay and get the surface back. So there is a little bit of a push-pull from a funding perspective between the two. And of course, that's the why we have the proposal for the 2025 budget. We do believe that for this year and next year, we're going to be able to get the roads that are planned to bring up our pavement condition index. And we're actually just wrapping up a new survey of our roadways, and we'll hopefully be bringing an update to council here in the next couple of months on that as well, how we're improving that. But we still have a lot of work to do on our roadways. And so there is a balance from a funding perspective that we need some guidance from council on
So
where to go.
I have just one more question. Is there any statistics on, because of roads that need work, potholes and that type of thing, any type of statistics on the amount of accidents roads in disrepair have caused? Is there any information on that out there anywhere? Not just our city specific, but overall?
That's a great question. I'm not aware of it. Does the Access have that item?
It's not, so it's part of the crash analysis. So if there was something that happened as we look at crashes and safety, we look into the details of why that crash occurred. If there were potholes, if there was something that was causing bad driver behavior based upon what the road is that's there. It's important to remember too that when we do implement traffic calming strategies, we work closely with the other departments here. Are we tearing up the road next year to put a new layer of asphalt on it? Is something else planned here, so we should wait? That's part of our decision making. Is this road a candidate for something that we're going to do? What's the history shown on this road as we look at crashes? So for instance, if we were to look at, we'll just pick Union Boulevard. We would look at the last 3 years of what's happening on Union Boulevard for this stretch. And gosh, if there's a bunch of crashes near this intersection, why is that happening? And gosh, as we look closer in there, maybe there's a tree in the way, maybe the road surface is damaged that caused that. And that's part of the corrective process, is that we would have to have a baseline before you can start adding things to say, here's bike lanes or here's chicanes or something for traffic solutions. If the pavement surface is in terrible shape, well, that does impact that data collection. So it's part of that decision-making, that stepped approach.
I think I saw Member Russell's light on first and then Member Prank. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Rachael and Traffic Engineer Maxwell. I appreciate this, and I have a couple of questions because I've heard about a couple of the traffic calming things that are problematic to people. And I mean, I think you may have said this tonight, that on the Old Hampton complete streets, that there will be, all the parking will be removed off of Old Hampton. You may not have said that. I may have seen it in an email. Is that correct?
That's correct. The on-street parking from, what's the west side, Logan?
Yeah.
It's just east of Broadway where the project begins, near the
Lincoln.
7-Eleven. From there, just shortly thereafter, the road narrows and such, and that's where the parking would be taken away, yes.
So is it going to be taken away closer to Downing, like like about Corona?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here is the problem that I think that we're going to have. I have dropped off one of the board members from the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee a couple of times. There is no parking there. The street on Old Hampton is full. Both sides of the street on Corona are full, and this might be Ogden also. Where are all those people gonna park? I mean, we added all this density, and now we're taking away parking. There's gonna be some major problems. There's no place for delivery trucks to stop, so delivery trucks are stopping in the middle of the street. And I saw the response that you all gave to the Homeowners Association Director. I have not talked to him, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna be pretty upset about that. So, I mean, I don't know what the solution is. We have not forced these developers to build enough parking in their development, And now people gonna park.
It's a great question, and if I may, the part of that project will be improved signing, so the Englewood trolley will be traveling through that area. It doesn't solve the parking, but there will be wayfinding signs to the parking areas added as part of this project. So it's not just speed limit signs or you turn right here signs. It's a concerted effort to point folks to where they can park. So it's not being ignored with the project. I can't speak more than that. Mr. Rochelle might be able to, but signs will be added that will give direction and wayfinding to folks that aren't there now. Those signs are not there now.
I appreciate that, but there's a lot of people living in that building. Where are they gonna park? 4 blocks away? That's gonna create a problem. The other thing, and are we going to do on the Dartmouth traffic calming circles at Downing and at Logan, are we doing some temporary things like was talked about earlier to address that? My husband and I drove down Powers in Littleton the other day, and they have, now Powers is not as big of a street as Dartmouth, but Dartmouth is not a real big street. There were 2 mini roundabouts. They weren't really roundabouts. They worked in slowing the traffic down to 10 miles an hour. But there were stop signs on the north-south street, and then the east-west was a through street. Are we gonna do that?
So I can speak to that quickly. So I've not been through the roundabout you mentioned there. But stop signs typically are not part of a roundabout design. It's a yield condition all the way around, and you yield to the vehicle coming from your left. And so I believe the current design does not have stop signs, because we're not creating a through movement. It's a multi-way yield condition consistent with modern roundabout practices. As far as the temporary condition, I'll need to check with the project team. I think the challenge there would be the fact that there's traffic signals. I don't believe it's in the plan to put something temporary up, but we can double check that.
Okay, so what happens if we put it in and it doesn't work? I mean, I have had several people talk to me about the bicycles that travel there. We put all of those bike lanes there, which should have never been placed there. They should have been put on Floyd, which is what the contractor told us in the first place. So bicyclists are not going to get off. I've talked to a lot of them, will not get off. They'll probably go through the traffic circle. I hope we don't have any bicycle fatalities, because that is very dangerous. Also, there are some blind people that live on Dartmouth, and so that may impede them from walking also. So how are we going to address those issues?
From the bicycle perspective, they will have the option, and I think you touched on this, they don't have to exit, but there'll be bike ramps for them to exit, and there's a mixing zone on the corners, and they'll be able to take the crossing by the split islands, or they can take the lane if they're comfortable with that. Specific regarding any individuals with a visual impairment, I will need to check the design, but we may be looking at adding something along the lines of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, again, to bring awareness to drivers. Pedestrians have the right of way when they're in their crosswalk. This would be an additional enhancement to make sure that vehicles know that there's a pedestrian using the crossing, and bring awareness to that crossing.
Okay, thank you. And when are we anticipating to be completed with the Old Hampton complete streets?
The design is set, I believe, construction is planned to start in Q2 of 2025. So we'll be wrapping up the design plans end of this year, first of next year. We're still in the design phase, and I believe there's actually a community meeting coming up soon on that project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation tonight. So I know the question's been asked several times, but I want to make sure I understand the answer. So all of the moving pieces, traffic calming, walk and wheel, safe routes to school, all of these various pieces around traffic for the city, will the citywide transportation plan be the point where all of that converges, where we have like an eye in the sky over all of the projects in the city that are happening.
Yes, the intent is for that study to bring all of that together and then even layer on additional information about trouble spots, areas that we need to keep an eye on for future improvement, areas where we might be looking for development to come in that might elevate issues or exacerbate issues that are maybe not quite there today, but we can anticipate based on zoning what may or may not happen, and to give us those tools as things continue down the road.
Okay, that's helpful. So I'm thinking with that answer, I did see that you have plans for an internal review panel that's specifically looking at safety issues, but I'm wondering if the role of that panel could be expanded to be looking at all of the pieces and potentially have some kind of tiered system within the plan. So I'm just thinking in terms of how do we have ongoing funding? Are we budgeting correctly year after year? So we have a lot of, kind of individual projects that have come up and been approved, but how are we addressing both of those kind of pop-up projects that are more emergent that we need to deal with right now, but also having kind of a longer-term eye on funding? And then also, how do we prioritize our funding within that scheme? So I'm just wondering if there's potential for an expansion of that internal review panel to help come up with some kind of tiered system that would help us wade through that.
Yeah, I would say absolutely. I think that's kind of one of the roles of that multi-discipline committee, is to look at not just traffic calming specifically, but issues throughout the city. And how do we rank those from a priority standpoint, tying in the strategic plan and funding? And how does that recommendation kind of come out of that and feed into projects as they move forward? So that absolutely is something that we see as part of that as well.
Okay, thank you. I think it'll be helpful in the future when we're looking at capital improvement requests that come through each year in the budget, to have it all under that umbrella with some strong recommendations and a tiered system. So of utmost for safety, we have to deal with this first to be able to really be wise about how we're allocating our dollars. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I have 3 more questions, but they're short. I'm not thinking that they would take too long, though one might stir up some more discussion. But on the data collection piece, so when I was asking about the speed radars that we have on Bishop, where does it capture the speed of the vehicle? Does it pass it when it's approaching, or when it passes the actual speed radar? When do we take a snapshot at that point?
Approaching.
So when it's approaching, that's when we take a snapshot of whatever the speed is. Because I do notice that cars are speeding up until the point that they're getting closer to the speed radar. So
Sure.
I don't want us to minimize the speeding that we're seeing from vehicles if they're noticing that there's a speed radar coming.
Great comment, and that is why specific on Dartmouth and Oxford to a certain extent, we're going to be collecting additional data with tubes so that it's not influenced by the feedback.
Okay.
The feedback is a great data point, and we like having that, and it helps understand exactly what's going on out there. The tubes don't have that feedback and that loop or that influence over the drivers. And so that gives us a second set of data points that's not necessarily influenced by the signs themselves.
Okay. Second question. I'm asking this partly because the chief, this might be the last time that you speak at one of our council meetings before you retire, but the question about the cameras again. I know that this has been a sensitive subject for council in terms of just having photo radar within the city. But just my observation of cars slowing down as they approach a radar does tell me that cars are more likely to slow down if they may get a ticket. So I guess my question for the two of you, and then Chief could jump in terms of just the bandwidth of enforcement from the police department regarding speeding. But from your history or from your perspective, do photo radars work within the city in terms of a traffic calming measure?
They do, but they don't work in a permanent state. So what we're looking at now is we have speed radar signs or speed display signs in several locations at the city, but we're looking at obtaining more. And as part of the neighborhood traffic calming program, it would be one of the tools in the toolbox that could be set up on a neighborhood street for 30 days or 60 days and then removed. And we can surprise folks in another neighborhood where they're speeding and use it there, so it would be moved around effectively in the city and not stationary where folks know, hey, that's been here and that's just a sign and we can speed past it. So it's more of something that moves around and is a dynamic type of thing in the city, and that's shown to be effective. Oftentimes, these signs work great for 60 days, and then if someone's not writing tickets or if they're looking around and saying not much is going on, but telling me the speed, the behavior goes back to being what it was before. So that's why it's one of the initial tools in that stepped approach. If we put these signs up and we moved them around, and we collected data with that sign that said, hey, but this is what the speeds are afterwards, and it's an effective strategy, it stays until the data shows it doesn't. And then
So,
we move it.
so it's a mobile photo radar. It's off to the side. It's not mounted, or?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so is it mounted on like a light pole, or is it a mobile unit that you're able to move after 30, 60 days?
Great question. It's on a street sign. So it would be, for ours, it would be something that's installed. If it was in a neighborhood, it would be just like if we had put up a speed limit 25 sign in the corner of someone's property, it would be there temporarily in the right of way. So it would be behind the sidewalk, if you will. It would be more discreet than like the PD trailer, that's something that's out in the roadway itself. It's like we have installed elsewhere where it would be displayed off behind the sidewalk. Go ahead.
And if I could add one thing, so what Adam's talking about is radar feedback signs. If you're thinking more along the lines of automated enforcement, from my experience, while that does work, the program is typically relatively costly, and maybe city attorney and the chief can jump in on the logistics there, but I believe it has to be manned by somebody that's authorized to do that, and there's all these other compounding costs with those kinds of programs, and so the program would need to pay for itself, and then if that's the directive, and then potentially even generate a little capital. However, I think about the one in Sheridan, it almost feels like it's almost always on, over there on not Santa Fe, Federal, as you come up the hill.
Oh, that's right, yeah, in Sheridan,
And,
River Point.
And it definitely slows you down. It usually scares folks because you come over that hill and it's like right there. I see it during like school times. It's there from time to time. So there would need to be, I would say, a decent amount of analysis to determine, one, what the costs are, and then what the return on that investment would be, and then, of course, whether or not that's something that's important based on council direction.
Right.
to
Yeah,
be
and part
budget
of the reason
neutral.
why I asked that question is, well, one, I personally feel that it would work. But for the chief and for the deputy chief, whenever we're talking about traffic calming, or at least where we have problem areas, the very first comment that we happen to hear is, why don't we have more enforcement there? And I know that we're already spreading you and your force very thin, chief, with a lot of, we want you manning problem areas, impact areas within the city, and then we're also asking you to, set aside officers for traffic calming as well. So from your perspective, like, if you know off the top of your head, what would be needed for that type of photo radar, but also the pros and cons of potentially looking at this?
Trying to capture a question and all that, Mayor, and I'm happy to help. In a problem-solving mode, we support photo radar or photo red light. It's got to be very specific to a problem, whether it's speeding problem or red light problems. There's stationary units you can put. There's also mobile units that you can move around, and the PD itself is not in the business of generating revenue, but we're in the business of solving problems, if you will. And it can be an effective problem-solving tool if used correctly in the right places at the right times.
Yeah, and Chief, you're getting the same kind of comments as well, is that there's a lot of speeding going on around the city, and what else can you do as a police force in terms of solving that, right? These aren't just questions that are coming.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah. We just want to make sure the YouTube is back on. So 1 second, Chief. Let's just make sure that's still rolling. I believe it is, but. Yeah, everything's on. Well, the mics are. But we're just waiting to see if YouTube's up. Okay,
We're
go ahead,
still
Chief.
okay.
So the question was just, you're getting similar feedback in terms of, why isn't your, your sworn officers doing more about?
Yeah, yeah, thank you. And I totally support the program that the Public Works Director is presenting, and that they're, in my opinion, the best solutions are when it's a combined effort. Engineering, we talked a lot about engineering. Education is certainly an ingredient, and maybe a good example of that is around the school zones. And then enforcement. So with the combined effort, but it takes a study. Every location is unique, and detailed study of the dynamics. But then yes, certainly enforcement is a key role there.
I appreciate that, Chief. Member Prank, do you have another question, or is the light still on from previous? Okay. Any other feedback from members of council? I guess the only other thing, I do support what Member Anderson brought up earlier, is just some of these temporary traffic calming measures that we may see around the city. I wrote about one idea that I had in terms of just putting out like a raised bed in certain neighborhoods that are very wide, and in order to narrow it, allow the owner to request it, own it, but also provide some beautification for the area. So ideas like that are some of the things that I think would, just involve the community in terms of just taking ownership for some of the issues that we're seeing around the city. So I would be in support of these smaller traffic calming measures that we may be able to put up quicker than some of the drawn out ideas that we're thinking of. So
Thank you.
anything else from members of council? Final thoughts? Anything else that you're expecting from us, Director? Mr. Maxwell?
No, I just wanted to thank you again for allowing us to present tonight and provide that information and updates. And hopefully we answered. I know there were some questions around budget, and we wanted to make sure we got that covered, because I believe the first budget hearing is Monday, so next Monday.
Sounds great. All right. And with that, thank you very much for the presentation. Welcome to Englewood, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. I look forward to working with all of you.
Yep, really appreciate it. All right, everyone, we're moving on to the next agenda item. We're going to be reviewing the City Right-of-Way Code with City Attorney Tamara Niles, as well as Director of Public Works Victor Rachael. Who would lead us off? Go ahead, City Attorney. No.
Thank you, Mayor. This study session came about because City Council members have received some public dissatisfaction with traffic and disruptions, extended street closures, and based on what it appears to be contractors working in the city right-of-way. So City Council then requested a presentation on city right-of-way and how the city may strengthen its regulations to encourage compliance with our regulations to avoid those disruptions for our citizens and people using city streets. So what is right-of-way? And I should tell you, we gave a presentation on right-of-way about 2 to 3 years ago, and some of this is a repeat, but some of you are new. So we wanted to give a general overview, and then Victor and I will go back and forth based on our code, what other cities are doing, and then our internal processes. So city right-of-way is generally our streets and sidewalks. Any place that we have infrastructure improvements such as water lines, or any place where we use property for a public purpose, including transportation. It's a very general description.
Regarding our right-of-way permitting process and overview, so we require multiple things for our permits. So that's a certificate of liability, performance bonds to make sure the contractors are licensed and bonded to do the work they're supposed to do. We require traffic control plans, and we even have a few standards available on the websites for contractors to use. And we'll talk a little bit about how those are reviewed shortly. Public notification when appropriate, erosion control plans. We don't want mud in the road or rocks or debris from the construction. And then the construction plan itself, what all entails. Are they doing work in the right-of-way, or are they just accessing our right-of-way to, say, build a home or apartments or whatever it may be? And then our hours are typically 8:30 to 3:30, unless approved by our traffic engineer. And That is for your more lower volume roadways. Our arterials and collectors, they're not supposed to start until 9 a.m. Just due to the sheer volumes that's going on those larger roadways.
And this is the municipal code reference that requires a permit before anyone can work in our right-of-way, except routine maintenance.
So our process to issue those permits, I touched on it a minute ago, but traffic control review is critical, and that's done in-house. We also have a consultant available when needed by our development review engineer. We do a streets review. Again, our development review engineer, we're looking at that public notification, make sure that's happening, looking at the construction plans, erosion control plans. Utilities also does a review. A lot of times, folks are in our right-of-way to tap utilities, water, sewer, gas, et cetera. So all those things are all being reviewed simultaneously by the various departments in coordinating. And then the Public Works review, our permit technician assesses the fees based on the review and the scope of the work. And then after all pieces are in place, including that insurance, that bond, the reviews, and the reviews are approved, the permit is issued. And we have 4 primary types of permits that we issue. We have that occupancy permit. That's more of a general permit. If you're going to be out in the right of way, you're blocking traffic, you're closing the sidewalk, you're in the alley, those kinds of things. Excavation is exactly what it sounds like. They're basically digging in our right of way. Concrete, that's when you're removing or adding or replacing concrete. Could be a driveway, could be sidewalk, could be curb and gutter. And then utilities, again, that sewer, water, natural gas. If you're going to be in the roadway cutting, then you need a utility permit. And I believe it's further in here, but emergencies do happen. And so we have a process in place specifically with our utility department to permit after the fact. We're not going to hold them up for a couple of days. If we got a water break, they need to get in there ASAP. And they have standard templates that they use for traffic control, and we provide assistance right away in those emergency conditions. Our permit fees, what you see here is a screenshot from our permit fee list, and these are all the Public Works permit fees, whether it's administrative or engineers, inspections. Block parties aren't necessarily construction, but they do have occupancy permits, dumpsters, things of that nature. And traffic control under our permitting structure as it stands today, the first 2 days are covered, and then day 3 and beyond, we start charging that inspection fee, which is $52 an hour. And it's usually 1 to 2 hours per day to have the inspectors go out and make sure traffic control is still appropriate and any adjustments that need to be made.
And Victor, on the bottom of the slide, it says $52 per day for inspection. Is that supposed to be $52 per hour?
Well, typically they spend roughly an hour, so it'd be $52 if they spend 1 inspection a day on the site for 1 hour. Most of our traffic controls aren't too extensive, so an hour is more than enough to bring the plan up, walk the site, drive the site, and make sure everything's in compliance.
Municipal code does have insurance and indemnification requirements. Everyone working in our right-of-way they're required as part of their permit to have these minimum insurance coverages, and they have to agree to indemnify the city from any claims arising out of their usage of the right-of-way. So if somebody got in an accident where a roadway was closed off, as part of their permit, they agree that they will save the city from any claim. They will take care of it. In addition, if somebody violates their permit and we have to sue them and we win, our code also says they have to pay all of our costs and attorney's fees. Also, anyone working in our right-of-way has to warrant the work for at least 2 years. They have to warrant that everything they did in our right-of-way is appropriate, meets the standard of care. It also applies if they deviated from their approved plans and specifications that they're required to submit as part of the permitting process. Of time of completion. Every permit does contain a timeline for completion, but I think we saw in some of the complaints that resulted to City Council, often the time takes longer than we anticipate or that it feels like it should take. Typically, permits are issued within 48 hours of the start date and time. And it's considered void if the work hasn't started within 6 months after issuance, unless an extension is granted. And we'll go into this at the end of the presentation, but this is quite a bit longer than some of our surrounding jurisdictions. The traffic control plan, which Victor touched on as part of the permitting process, they have to submit to us a plan to close our streets and to divert traffic. And they have to minimize disruption to the adjacent property. Any street closures have to be approved by the city, and we have to be able to give at least 48 hours notice of closure. And Victor touched on this too, the timelines for work. They are not supposed to obstruct or impede the flow of traffic. Now, as you'll see, I'm sure we've all observed some of our projects when they're removing the street or something like that. I mean, that sometimes the streets have to be closed outside of these hours, but this is the basis of the permit is intended so that it doesn't impede with traffic patterns. Our municipal code also provides general use and construction provisions regarding construction standards, and that they have to minimally interfere with property owners' rights. This is anticipated to be surrounding properties, so that your driveway won't be impeded, for example, because they're doing work on the street in front of your house. And again, minimizing the impacts of work. Our code says there should be no work at all between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. unless the city manager approves it, or in case of an emergency, those water line breaks that Victor mentioned. It's much more important to stop the water, fix it, make sure our citizens have water, than to not let work occur after 7 p.m. And then we also touched on the emergency procedures. If it is an emergency, you can go ahead and start immediately and then get a permit afterward, but you have to apply at least no more than 3 days after you start. And this is really the enforcement mechanism, which is light in compared to surrounding cities. How do we enforce these rules? Right now, we can do one of two things. We can revoke your permit, and we can issue a stop work order. But revoking a permit and stop work orders are both somewhat extreme measures, and we don't have the threat of any sort of administrative penalty or administrative fine. We also can revoke or suspend a contractor's license, which would be appropriate if we issue a stop work order and they continue working, or they fail to obey orders, something fairly egregious. So our current process to address violations, actually, I think that might be your slide.
No problem. So yeah, our current process is if they start work without a permit, we double count the permit fee, and the minimum is $390. Work without a permit plus the standard fee of $195 plus other applicable fees through the process. And of course, unless there's a safety issue, any unapproved roadway closure is immediately pulled. So we have to put eyes on it. You know, if they start digging a hole in the road, we're going to make them safe it up and then get their permit. We're not going to shut them down and remove everything and leave a hole in the road. That's not a condition anybody wants to have in our city.
We also have a manual that we've adopted by reference, a 2020 Design and Construction Standards and Specification Manual. And this lays out the requirements for working within the public right-of-way, and again reiterates that a permit is required.
So we have our 2020 Design and Construction Manual. We're actually in the process of updating that now. But permits are covered in the manual under Section 2. And again, they're consistent with city code, and if city code is modified, of course, we will quickly update the manual to be consistent. And the manual provides that additional detail and specifications that are required in those permits so that construction can be done in a safe and effective manner.
So one of our intern projects this summer was to survey surrounding cities to see what they do, because it seemed that contractors in Englewood didn't perhaps weren't as motivated to get our streets back to where traffic could drive on them. So our regulations are actually very similar to surrounding metro cities. We all require a permit, performance bond, traffic control plan, and this is all standard. But so I just wanted to highlight some differences that we saw in other cities. In Denver, they're required to start their work within 30 days of permit issuance, and Englewood requires it within 6 months. So that 30-day window, I think, allows staff to keep track of the project a little bit better versus a potential 6-month delay. One thing Denver does is they have an unauthorized street closure fee of $500 per day per violation and a pretty extensive road closure fee. They also have pretty extensive city-approved templates. We also require these standard plans for road closures. We do have some templates that we provide as well, but Denver has a template for an extensive list of templates, let's just say, quite a few more than we provide. Littleton also has some extensive templates for their city-approved plans. So everybody else that we surveyed, pretty much similar to what we do. But because the motivator behind the study session was what could the city do differently to ensure that our roadways and our projects and our right-of-way are completed as expeditiously as it seems that those are done in surrounding metro cities. So these are some potential tools we could consider. Amend municipal code to ensure no road or lane closures from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. or 3:30 to 6 during those high traffic times, except for emergencies or if it's not feasible for the project and it's specifically approved. So the goal of this would be, let's keep those roads as open as much as possible. Of course, some projects won't allow it, but really put that into code and make it clear. Also, implement an administrative fine schedule. We don't have that currently. As I stated, we can issue a stop work order, we can revoke a permit, and for egregious violations, we could even revoke a contractor's license. But if we instead say, if you do this, and you're not supposed to, you're going to have to pay us $500 per violation per day. It increases by $500 each day, up to a maximum of $10,000 per day. That is a significant financial interest for somebody to get in and get out. They don't currently have that because a stop work or a permit revocation is more of an extraordinary remedy, and I think city staff has been hesitant to take that remedy and instead try to work with contractors. But if we have a financial tooth that just says, okay, we're sending you a bill, finance will send you a bill that you have to pay, it can be, it doesn't slow down the project, but it becomes that financial motivator. And I really think after looking at everybody else's codes that this is the piece that we're missing in ours. Also add the road closure fee to align with the City of Denver's fee and a daily permit extension fee if the road closure extension is requested. These are fees that they have that are much higher than ours. Other potential tools, clearly authorizing the city to remove signage that's inappropriate and including a failure to remove penalty, as long as staff will confirm it doesn't create a safety risk for any of the people using our right-of-way. And also internally prioritize enforcement and imposition of administrative penalties. I think as staff, we are often unsure about taking an aggressive stance unless city council tells us, that's okay, we want you to do this. And I think if we had that direction from city council and know that's how you want staff to treat right-of-way, we prioritize our citizens' access, then we internally prioritize that as well. We also can seek and obtain recovery from their performance bond in certain circumstances. To my knowledge, we haven't done that in the past, and that's also an action we could take. One other thing that we didn't touch on here is my staff and me personally were involved in a project where we're reviewing municipal code and making updates. And we've been working on our right-of-way code for about the last year, and it's almost in a form to take to city council to make everything simpler, shorter, remove language that doesn't need to be in there. So that way people using our right-of-way can understand it easier as well. So as we have already drafted that ordinance, what we would like is consensus direction from city council as to how do you want us to add in these enforcement mechanisms? Then we'll be able to wrap that up and bring it to city council shortly.
All right, City Attorney, thank you very much for that. Member Ward and then Member Russell.
Thank you for your work on this. A few questions to start with. First, in regards to contractors' licenses, what department actually issues the contractor's license? Does it vary based on the trade, or do they all come out of one department?
I believe they generally all come out of one department, the community development.
Okay. And to either of your knowledge, have we ever revoked a contractor's license while they were actively working on a project?
During my time here, I'm not aware of that happening.
Okay. And then a similar question regarding the other penalty apparatus for noncompliance, which I believe was a stop work. I've seen stop works issued around the city from time to time, but usually for failure to pull the permit prior to doing the work. Are you aware of any case where we issued a stop work because we were dissatisfied with the way the contractor was interacting with our public right-of-way?
I will need to double check, but I believe we've issued maybe one due to an erosion control violation, one or two in that nature where they did not have the appropriate materials up per the plan. And so they were at high risk, especially in consideration of weather, of allowing debris and mud and things of that nature getting into the right-of-way.
Okay. I may have some follow-ups, but those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions too, mostly about enforcement. And this was in regards to 11-7-17. Are we enforcing these ordinances? And how many complaints have been addressed in the past 5 years?
So a couple of things there. We are enforcing what you see on the screen there via our inspections team, along with our newly formed stormwater team, who work side by side. As far as shutting them down from a perspective of that, I would need to go back and pull data. I don't know off the top of my head how many non-compliance and associated shutdowns or complaints we've had from neighbors. I know we've had quite a few recently, specifically just south of Civic Center, with that, working with the businesses there. In that specific instance, the contractor ran into soft soils they weren't expecting in the deep excavation. And we tried to work with them in ways to expedite their construction as much as possible.
I appreciate that. I do know that probably in the last 5 or 6 years, especially in District 1 with all of those huge duplexes that have been built down there, contractors would leave stuff, debris in the right-of-ways and mud, and it was never cleaned up. And so I think when we're allowing somebody to work in the city, we should do that. We had a friend that was a builder that built in Cherry Hills. They came out immediately. They were not even allowed to leave mud on the street. If the truck came out, they had to clean it up immediately. And they had huge fines, but they enforced it all the time. Are city departments required to follow the same procedures?
Yes, city projects should be following the same procedures unless it's an emergency. Again, kind of looking to utilities with line breaks and things like that. Those do require special circumstances, but we should be operating within the hours. We have had reports that some of our contractors, depending on the project, either starting too early has been the one that I've actually heard, and we've had our inspectors go out and make sure that's corrected immediately.
So even, these apply to homeowners also? I mean, the working hours are the same. I mean, a homeowner shouldn't be doing demolition or anything past 10 o'clock at night or whatever the hours say.
Tamara, is this specific to right-of-way, or do you know if there's a separate code for noise ordinance off the top of your head? Sorry.
We do have a separate code, but I think it aligns with these same hours. I believe we adopted an ordinance several years ago that made them the same, but I will confirm.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And my other question, Councilmember Ward asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you so much. The potential tools for enforcement, the no road or lane closures between 7 and 9 a.m. and 3:30 and 6. Is that only through the major arteries, or would it apply to like Jason right out here also?
It generally should apply to all roadways, and it's, again, there are some nuances with the projects. If the project requires a complete street cut all the way across, unless they can phase the construction, there may be some exceptions depending on the nature.
Okay, because they've had stuff going on a long time. One of my concerns with if they go past the time limit, that $500 per day per violation, let's say they give a certain time frame and they come up across something, could that encourage possibly some sloppy or shoddy work where they're just trying to hurry because they don't want to be fined, $500 a day or $10,000?
That certainly could be a concern. Our inspection team should be picking that up, though, making sure that things are built in conformance with the city's, standards and specifications.
So is the inspection teams out there often then?
They do try to get out to all the sites multiple times a day to make sure things are in compliance. There's certain checkpoints that they also have to do. An example, if you're pouring concrete, there's a pre-inspection on the formwork to make sure it's in compliance. If you're paving, there's something called a proof roll where you check the subgrade to make sure it's compacted appropriately and there's no soft spots, so we don't have issues long-term. So there are certain, in addition to daily inspections, there are certain checkpoints depending on the construction, what's going on, that are also checked.
Okay, and I have one more question. How are first responders notified that there's lane closures or a street may be closed where they might have to take an alternative route so that, someone that might need response quick?
Yeah, a great question. So our inspections team coordinates directly with the city's fire marshal, who communicates with Denver Fire as well as PD to let them know what's going on with construction, the timing of construction, when the closures are happening. There are posted detours, but in an emergency, it's, all bets off, right? They're trying to get there as quickly as possible. So they are, fire and PD are notified prior to the closure to make sure that everybody's aware and have alternative routes set up should they need to get into that area.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question around minimizing the impact of the work. And I'm wondering, City Attorney, if you saw any reference to this from maybe some of the other city research that you did. I have heard from one particular business owner on Old Hampton, one of the challenges that happens sometimes when there's construction or work in the community is maybe they have a permit for a certain right-of-way area, but their equipment or their vehicles are parked outside of that area and oftentimes blocking maybe access or even parking to some of our small businesses. I don't see that captured in section 11.717 under minimizing the impacts, and I'm wondering, have we seen that in other places, and are there any solutions that other cities have come upon?
I can jump in on part of that. So we have seen that particularly in the medical district around Swedish and Craig. And so a couple things, we meet regularly with Swedish and Craig and convey that information, and we don't have to wait to the meeting. We pick up the phone very regularly to say, hey, this is what's happening. We need you to get with your contractor and have it addressed. Specific to immediate safety concerns, blocking driveways and things like that, we get code enforcement generally involved. and try and get that addressed as soon as possible, in addition to picking up the phone and calling to make sure that driveways aren't blocked, visibility is not blocked, and we don't have an immediate safety issue. We try to have the contractors contain their parking and their construction on site, although some of these sites, that's not feasible because they're literally taking up the entire site with the building. So that should be part of their plan. And it goes back to communication with the foreman and the prime contractor on the job, and making sure that their staff understand where they can and can't park. It can be challenging, though, because if there's not off-street structured parking like a garage, then they do typically end up parking in the right-of-way. However, they should be following the city code when it comes to that. There's no reason that shouldn't be done.
And I appreciate that response. When we talk about minimizing the impact, someone might be parked legally, but still incredibly inconveniently, especially if there's a lot of big equipment or machinery or trucks. And I'm wondering, especially when we think about in business areas where our businesses rely on parking for their customers, how are we thinking about those impacts? And is there something more we can do by designating parking areas where people maybe can carpool their people in, or different things? Have we thought about something creative, especially in areas like the business district? There's about to be a lot more construction, and where we know we have small businesses who need that space.
So we have had a few instances where businesses have requested parking specific for their business. The challenge is that it's public right-of-way, so it's available to all public. We've been able to address a few specific to loading zones. We've been able to put more timed parking in, like a 2-hour or a 3-hour limit, and so that has some turnover for businesses. So that's one thing that we have been able to do to kind of address that and still try and balance that public right-of-way and not designating it just for, store A in front of their business. So we have had those requests, and that's been an effective approach that we've been able to deploy to date.
Okay, I appreciate that and that very technical interpretation, and it feels a bit like cold comfort, which I'm sure you can imagine for me, much less for a business owner. So that's something that I think maybe we can explore and see if we can do anything more there.
Member Pring.
Thank you for the presentation and for the suggestions on enforcement. I think I'm in favor of giving staff more teeth to be able to enforce our rules throughout the city. I'm just wondering what determines or defines timely cured? So if we're authorizing our staff to have more teeth to be able to do enforcement, how do we assure that we're doing that fairly?
Well, first of all, I think what's timely really depends on the project. Because what may be something could be timely for an immediate cure on a very simple project, what's timely and reasonable on something very complex could be different. So I think we do have to have some discretion there. But what I like too is that we have very clear ordinances and that we have a very clear fine that is automatically imposed for violation of those ordinances. For example, if they work after 7 p.m., that's not approved and it's not an emergency, that's a clear violation. We can issue them a notice of violation with a $500 administrative penalty imposed if City Council wants to authorize that. So I prefer, at least for enforcement and imposition of penalties, that it's for clear violations of clear code. Otherwise, it also depends on what's in the permit as to what's allowed, what's not allowed. If they clearly violate their permit and City Council authorizes us to impose a penalty, then we can just issue a notice of violation with a penalty imposition. So I like to minimize that discretion from staff because it protects staff and it protects the city and it ensures we're doing what City Council tells us to do.
I appreciate that answer, although it's kind of a non-answer. I'm just trying to get, so I assumed that it would be kind of dependent on whatever plan is submitted to go along with the permit. So they're requesting a certain amount of time within that permit to get the work done. So would the time cured be kind of contingent on end date plus like a buffer amount of time? Like, to reduce the discretion that staff has to use to make sure that we're fairly implementing. I just want to make sure that we're not setting our staff up to be in a position of, you know, making subjective decisions around what that definition looks like.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Certainly, weather should be built into a schedule for a contractor. You anticipate a certain number of days, you know, that may be delayed, whether it's snow, rain, or something in between. And so I would agree with you. We want to certainly be aware of that. But at the same time, there's nothing more frustrating, I think, to everybody in the room and our residents is seeing a closure and nothing happening on the site. And so there's, I think, always going to be a little bit of staff interpretation. The contractor may have a very real reason why they're not doing anything, but that needs to be clearly communicated, or I think the contractor then sets himself up for one of the fines that we're kind of talking about here. Just because they have the time in the schedule doesn't mean they can't accelerate beyond that. And so it could be an opportunity to maybe motivate them to be more attentive and move. But the means and methods of the construction also dictate a little bit of that. Concrete takes time to cure. Various construction methods, you have to have a certain, going back to paving again, certain moisture content in the subgrade or the dirt. And so they may be applying dirt or water and then having to mix that in and having it sit before they can test it. And so that's where the contractor and the inspector need to have a discussion about what's really going on here. There's a closure. I'm not seeing anything happen. Walk me through why you're not working.
Thank you.
Before going to Member Ward, can we go to potential tools for enforcement? I want to understand that first item first, or better, the one where no lane closures from 7 to 9 or 3:30 to 6. City Attorney, did you say that other cities have something similar in place today? And what is it that we're trying to solve there? Is it just not impeding traffic during rush hour?
Well, municipal code says that there's no work in our right-of-ways during these hours, but it doesn't also specifically say don't close the road during this hour. So this is really just a clarification for me for enforcement. Not only shouldn't you be working there, but you also shouldn't be closing our roadway during those hours when it's feasible, because a lot of projects it's not feasible. If there's a huge hole in the middle of the road, obviously we need to keep that road closed even if it's rush hour.
Right. No, thanks for that clarification. I was just trying to understand whether or not those hours made sense. And for me, like the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is just, I would rather have the issue fixed in the shortest amount of time or shortest amount of days instead of prolonged closure. So I was looking at that time period. I was like, is it really 6.5 hours enough time in order to get the job done in a sense? But that's where my thinking's coming up from, especially like in terms of just impacting businesses on South Broadway, such as what we saw last week, just south of Floyd. So that's where my mindset is going, but otherwise I don't have much of an issue with it. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I have a question related to the construction of the code, and that is, the term used in the code is street closure, but do we delineate a lane closure from a street closure, or are they considered one and the same?
That is a great question. I don't know the answer. I think the intent here, and maybe Tamara, you could elaborate on the first bullet up there. It says road or lane closures. I think the intent there is to draw a distinction that those are essentially one and the same.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's room for some clarification there, just based on my somewhat casual reading of the code. The other question I have, and I'm sure that legal has already caught on to this, but it wasn't mentioned. I've noticed an inconsistency in the code in working hours. 11.714 paragraph D says no construction between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. And 11.717 C says the same prohibition between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. So whatever we do in that section of the code, I'd like to make sure that we have parity in the working hours. Is now a good time for general comment?
I think so. I don't see any other lights, and I basically started it as well. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I haven't seen anything here that I don't like about the proposed changes. The reduction in the permit execution timeframe, I think, would be very helpful for our residents. The example that comes to mind there was the 5G cell that went up near my house where they pulled the permit. It had to have been 5 months and 29 days before they started working on it. It was a long series of questions about when is this going to get done? When is this going to get done? When is this going to get done? And then one day they pulled up the truck and they started working on it. So as much as we can shorten that time frame, the better. I would suggest perhaps 60 days might be a little more merciful and a little less drastic of a change for the contractors that are accustomed to our somewhat lenient policies. Secondly, I don't know how we figure out what a reasonable length of time is for a closure. I know that in the business world, if there's a regulation and you face fines for failing to comply with the regulation, the tendency is going to be to add as much padding as possible. So I don't know if we fix that problem with like a daily cost for road closure, like you are effectively renting this one block of city space, and so this is the cost to do that. Or if we incentivize it through other means. But I would hate to see contractors padding the closure length because they know that they face an extra fine if they don't meet the timeline, and they're just pushing extra time in there so they have it. So I think maybe there's some room to explore that. I don't know, I haven't seen how Denver does it or if they have any standards in their code, but they're probably the closest best comparison I can think of as far as how they manage their traffic closures. And then I'm in strong support, just in case it's not clear, of heavy violations for any closure that extends beyond the permitted time frame or occurs without a permit. I think we really need to twist the knife and make it hurt in the latter case. Well, I guess your customer's gonna have to find a different contractor. Because if you're trying to do work in our city without pulling a permit, you are doing it on purpose. And when you're violating the public right-of-way in that manner, I don't have any sympathy or mercy for that. And then the last item I took a note on, I already covered, which is the daily fee. So those are some of my thoughts on this. I think we're moving in the right direction. And I think we do a great service to our residents when we honor the public right-of-way and ensure that access that they pay for and that they recently passed additional taxes to improve maintains open for them.
Thank you, Member Ward. Anyone else want to chime in? Or anyone in disagreement with what has been proposed so far tonight? I don't think that there's any disagreement. Go ahead, Director.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Councilmember Ward? Would you be in support of a tiered closure structure, meaning like one lane versus the entire road?
Absolutely. You know, I'm not an unreasonable person, contrary to popular belief. But I think that, you know, there are some times when it's easier to do the job with a single lane closure. And if you just need to do that and you're not closing the entire lane, that's a much different effect on traffic. It's an inconvenience as compared to, you know, much worse where you have to replan your whole day. Okay. So, yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to chime in? Anything? Don't see any disagreement from members of council in terms of what's been proposed tonight. So is that enough direction for you, Director, City Attorney, in terms of what we want to see? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Director, City Attorney, for the presentation tonight. We're going to take a short break. Is 5 minutes too quick for everyone, or do you need 10 minutes? We'll do a 10-minute break. So it's 7:55. We could regroup at 8:05. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, I think we are now back. Yep, we are on. All right, originally, when we first talked about this item, we talked about this being a 10-minute discussion, but this has grown in scale. There's a lot more questions and comments that came from council in the time leading up to this item. But we're now going to be talking about the regional Tri-Cities approach to homelessness. We have our staff here ready to go. City Manager Lewis, do you want to kick us off on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by introducing the team that will be presenting tonight, along with Tim and me. You probably noticed that, as the mayor said, this has grown a bit, just based on the number of questions that you all have presented to me and questions that you would like us to address. So we really try to do that. I want to first start with introducing Deputy City Manager Dodd, who I think all of our partners in Sheridan and Littleton will agree is the staff member that has probably put in the most work for Tri-Cities, followed closely by one of our presenters, Elizabeth Watts. Elizabeth was with the city of Littleton until a few weeks ago when we stole her, and she's now a city of Englewood employee in our procurement division, but really did, kind of like Tim, was the point person for Littleton and did fantastic work and is going to present some of the things that they did. Deputy Chief Offender is here at the table. He's played an important role in all of the different challenges and resolutions that we've done, and as well as the expansion of our case management system. Third will be Emily Van Hake, who is one of Englewood's original co-responders, and I believe has been part of the monthly Tri-Cities meetings since their inception. Fourth will be Melissa Richardson. She is our current Englewood Police Department, also a resident of Englewood. She is a co-responder through our contract with All Health, and she also is someone who attends Tri-Cities meetings regularly. Next will be Jessica Diani Cox, who serves as the Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator. As you know, that is a new appointment for Jessica, and she's doing a great job hitting the ground running. Six will be Elizabeth that I mentioned, and finally Police Chief Sam Watson will talk about really the role of police from, as I'm learning, from the inception. Before I arrived here in 2019, police was already very involved in the need for something like Tri-Cities, and he's been very involved with that. Lastly, by way of introduction, I just want to state that the goals of Tri-Cities, as they are represented in the action plan, are really to help those experiencing homelessness and to mitigate the impact on the rest of the population. But it's really critical, and if there's nothing else you take from tonight's presentation, it's critical to note that Tri-Cities is not a service provider. We are just a group of, it's not even a nonprofit agency, it's not a governmental agency, it's just a group of local government, elected officials, staff, police leaders, along with our nonprofit service providers, mental health providers that came together really in December of 2018, so 19 for the most part, regionally just to address homelessness and not do it in a vacuum. We know that homelessness doesn't follow geographic boundaries, so why would we each individual city be working on that individually? So we do not make policy, we do not make funding decisions. The individual cities, as well as Arapahoe County, does that. So I can't tell you when the last time we took a vote in Tri-Cities was, because we get information from different service providers and partners, and then we recommend to the councils and the county about things that we need to do to address homelessness. So really important point. So in terms of the agenda for tonight, Tim will go over the scope of the problem. Police and All Health and the co-responders will talk about our challenges and solutions. Tim and Elizabeth will talk about the plans and studies and the actions that we've taken so far. The partner agency and resources is actually in your packet. So if you have any questions about any of the information about partner agencies, let us know. And then Chief Watson will finish us off with laws and enforcement. So Tim.
Thank you, Shawn. Yeah, so I'm going to spend a few minutes just going over the problem nationwide in the state of Colorado and regionally. So the United States Housing and Urban Development Department, HUD, is the federal agency that's really the most engaged in this work. They define homelessness as people who are living in a place not meant for human habitation, so it's a pretty straightforward definition. In the last year, so one of the things I'm going to focus on is something called a PIT count. So it's PIT count. It stands for point in time count. It is effectively a homelessness census that is done across the United States. It is done based on HUD guidelines. It is typically done one night every year, usually in January. So it tells us some things. It doesn't tell us everything about homelessness. One of the trends, though, I'm going to be talking about is kind of a trend towards people who are experiencing homelessness that are sheltered versus those who are unsheltered. So the number that you see there is from 2023. That was the last time I was able to find PIT data for the country. So it's over 650,000 people experiencing homelessness across the U.S. There's people experiencing it in rural areas, urban areas, suburban areas. There was a 14% increase between 2022 and 2023 in the number of people staying in shelters. But one of the positive aspects is that there were many, over 36,000 permanent supportive housing units that were built in the last year between 2022 and 2023. This shows us Americans who are experiencing homelessness year to year, starting 2012 to 2023. As you see, it's relatively stable. It kind of dipped in 2017. One note, there is no 2021 data. A lot of places did not do PITs because of COVID. Arapahoe County did, although it was limited to sheltered, people who are experiencing homelessness that were sheltered. There was a significant uptick, though, between 2022 and 2023. And this is, so these are just overall people experiencing homelessness. Chronic is often a term that's synonymous to individuals experiencing homelessness. Typically, you'll see chronic used the same as individuals experiencing homelessness, and then family homelessness. Family homelessness does manifest itself significantly in different way than individual or chronic homelessness. Here we do see a pretty significant trend increasing from 2018 to 2023. This table shows you homelessness by household type, and again, just trying to show that family homelessness is its own category, but obviously a pretty significant area as well. There are a number of people experiencing homelessness that are living in shelters or a sheltered experience. In Colorado, we have over 14,000 people today living in homelessness following the HUD definition. That's about 25 out of every 10,000 Coloradans. We've seen a 2% increase in total homelessness in the last 2 years. What is increased, though, is that we've seen an increase in sheltered homelessness, but we've seen a relatively substantial decrease in unsheltered homelessness. In Metro Denver, there's this organization that's known as MDHI. It's the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative. It's what's called the Continuum of Care. So it's basically the agency that's identified by HUD as the agency responsible for collecting and analyzing homelessness data for our region. It's organized into 7 different counties. 2 of them are city and counties. What's an important point to note, though, is that there are sub-regions, and they've actually recognized Tri-Cities as its own sub-region. So for the first time in 2024, we actually have data from them specific for the PIT count to the Tri-Cities. So this table, this chart shows you data that they've collected through MDHI that shows the increase that I mentioned. And the different lines show sheltered, unsheltered, and then aggregate homelessness. This shows you the PIT data specific on the left for Metro Denver, and then on the right for Arapahoe County. Metro Denver, as you can see, was relatively stable for several years and then started to uptick in 2021. Again, to note that 2021 data is a little bit unique in that it only focused on people who are sheltered. And then you see the Arapahoe County data, which was higher in 2017, took a significant dip in 2018, then started to uptick in 2022, significant increase in 2021, again, mostly sheltered, saw another somewhat of a decrease in 2023, and then an increase in 2024. We do have 2024 PIT data for the region that was included in your packet. So now I will turn it over to Vance to talk about the early challenges we face as a city.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim. What we went over was some early challenges and solutions, and really it started for the city of Englewood in 2017 when then Chief Collins really made a big leap in that we had all these community partners and all these community resources, but nobody was talking to each other. So we really didn't know where to send people for the resources. So Chief Collins got with mostly our faith leaders at the very beginning and was able to put together Change the Trend. So now there's over 30 agencies that meet on a weekly basis to talk about and coordinate services for people experiencing homelessness in the Tri-Cities area. So Chief Collins really kicked that off back in 2017. In 2019, most of you remember we had a large encampment along the banks of the Platte, just south of and north of Dartmouth. And it became such a large public safety and health hazard. Urban drainage got involved, and there are multiple agencies involved. And so in June, we had then Sergeant McGrath, who's now retired, headed up a task force, realistically, and they went down and talked to all the folks down on the Platte, posted the area as a nuisance under Title 15 of our Muni Code, and talked to the folks, tried to get them all the resources we could, and finally on June 4th, anybody that was still down at the encampment, we physically had to move those folks along off of the South Platte. But we did provide a ton of resources when we were down there, and some people took the resources and some people didn't. And then another challenge that we discovered really didn't relate to the issue of homelessness per se, but really related to the issue of the police department really being almost out of their lane sometimes in some crisis intervention that we were being tasked to do as far as mental illness, drug addiction, things of that nature. And so we established the co-responder program with the All Health Network back in 2018. And what happened was, and Emily can speak to that a little bit more, was it definitely got into the lane of us dealing with the unhoused population because they were experiencing a lot of mental illness, a lot of addiction issues, and some of that. So our co-responder program then expanded from Emily just doing 40 hours a week to 2 licensed clinicians riding with our patrol officers 80 hours a week, a total of 80 hours a week back in 2020. And then we also brought on a case manager through All Health Network to try to help with some of the more chronic unhoused that we dealt with. And our co-responders in All Health also, along with Emily now, who we were able to steal from All Health last year and bring our police resource case manager in-house with the police department, has been a big change for us. And so they also provide a lot of training and resources for us at the police department. So I will introduce Emily now to go over hers.
Thank you. So like Van said, I started as a co-responder with Englewood PD in 2018, and as our co-responder roles expanded to 2 full-time licensed clinicians, we also identified the need for really a separate set of services that was specific to folks who are experiencing homelessness, who might not be the subject of a law enforcement encounter due to an acute mental health issue or to a substance-induced issue, but just need navigation for resources. So a couple of different lanes getting at similar problems that overlap, but the needs present differently. So some of the background for the case manager's position specifically, like Van said, Englewood contracted with All Health to have an All Health provided case manager, a bachelor's level case manager in 2021. Our mobile response unit partnership with All Health, that launched in 2022, and Melissa's gonna speak a little bit more to that. And kind of simultaneously when the MRU launched and when we had the bachelor's level case management position, it was also around the time that Sergeant McGrath was mentioned that he retired. So it presented an opportunity for the police department to kind of look at redefining what that role was and bringing essentially a clinical role in-house with some redefined responsibilities for the police department that I'm gonna go into. So at the start of 2024, I was hired on as a master's level clinician in the role of police resource case manager with a focus on unhoused individuals. A focus of mine has been to really not just provide direct case management, but continue to provide crisis intervention for those folks that we've identified that are contacted by the police department, and to identify cases where folks are really highly acute, very vulnerable with really complex needs that we're encountering on a frequent basis. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide of how we sort of tease apart a lot of those complex needs and navigate different systems that they interact with. One of my roles as the police resource case manager is also to coordinate our contracted services with All Health. So that's training new co-responders that come on, mitigating and troubleshooting issues that co-responders have, that the MRU has, some contract stuff, scheduling stuff, basic logistical needs that they have too. So that's part of my role. And then I still serve as kind of a behavioral health consultant to the PD in a couple of areas that I got into as a co-responder, including crisis negotiation. So I train with that team and threat assessment work within the PD. So it's kind of a grab bag, but to focus specifically on folks that fall into this category of, you know, highly acute, vulnerable, complex needs. I kind of put this slide together and I'll talk specifically about a client because I think better in terms of real life folks that we're interacting with and that we're trying to intervene on and provide support and services to. So when we talk about the police department, you know, contacting somebody who's experiencing homelessness that has maybe very severe mental health issues, very significant substance use disorder issues, they can find themselves interacting with a whole myriad of different systems that come out of our crisis intervention services and law enforcement contact. So one of the clients that we've spent a lot of time as a team trying to develop a crisis intervention plan for, I thought of when putting this together, and he's interacted with all of these systems. So we'll call him John, and I'll be brief in this, but John is somebody who's frequently contacted by PD for welfare checks, frequent overdoses, trespassing, shoplifting, recent escalation to verbal disturbances, and an assault case now in county. He has severe substance use disorder issues. His family has reported to us that he has severe and persistent mental health issues, specifically a psychotic disorder, likely schizophrenia, and a history of a TBI. So this is someone frequently being contacted by the police department who has all these different needs that providers tend to be siloed for that need addressing. And he's also reporting to us that he's not particularly interested in any help right now. So how do you coordinate between all these systems that he finds himself touching? He's been arrested before for legal issues. He's had his cases referred to competency court and to different problem-solving courts. He's been intervened on by our team of clinicians for mental health holds and for detox holds. There's no designated professional that talks to all of those systems. It's kind of up to each system individually to reach out and say, does anybody else know this person and their needs, and what are you doing with them, or what are you doing to assist them? So that's a space that I've really tried to step into in this role to get people to better communicate with one another about who's doing what and what's working best within all of those points of contact. And then kind of a last point with my role, but I think I've come to learn is a really, really important one and one that I really enjoy, is working as a community liaison from the police department with our local service providers. So specifically those who serve our unhoused population in this case. So this is just a brief list of different service providers in our area. Englewood's really fortunate that we're such a resource-rich city, and we have so many people doing such great work in the nonprofit space, specifically serving those who are experiencing homelessness. So I'm really proud of the work I've done and the PD has done to support those agencies and to work with them to have formal referral systems to make sure people are getting directed to the right place for their needs at the right time, and to be a recipient of information from our agencies. So anything that's happening within these agencies that might end up touching the work that the police department does, probably the best example is in severe weather events, making sure we know who's open, how you can access their services, what do you need to do to register, to already be involved with that agency? Do you need a formal referral? Communicating those things back to the police department. Another example I'm really excited about is when Bridge House opens towards the end of this year, and formalizing our relationship with them and being the representative for the PD to tell our patrol officers, this is what this agency does, this is how to use them, this is how to use their sheltering system, their longer term services, and just to really bridge that gap. Pass it over to Melissa.
I am a co-responder, but I'm going to talk about the MRU, which is the Mobile Response Unit. Oh yeah, thanks. They started in 2022, and a big reason why they started is realizing homeless-related calls were taking up a lot of officers' time. So how do we mitigate that? So they brought on MRU at no cost to Englewood, which is great. It was piloted here and then expanded to Littleton, and will soon be in Sheridan as well. And on our team, we have a registered nurse and a behavioral health case manager who's bachelor's level. And we have 3 PRN positions as well. A big thing with them is they are also dispatched by the Englewood dispatch, and they will dispatch them to Littleton as well. MRU responds to low-level crisis calls, and that's in comparison to me as a co-responder. We go to more higher higher risk calls that would need police involvement. So that's the difference there with MRU. And mainly it's mental health and substance use and homeless. They'll provide those connections to mental health and substance use treatment and can even give transport to those things if clients are willing to go that day, which is great. They can also coordinate with PATH, which is our all health projects for assistance in transition for homelessness, and getting them connected there. They will give education on Narcan. We see a lot of fentanyl in Englewood, so that's great. They'll give that and provide Narcan to homeless individuals as well. Our nurse can do wound care and distribute over-the-counter medications, and they can transport when clients are voluntary and have that wheelchair accessibility too. They cannot write M1 holds, so that's a difference between them and corresponders as well, or transport M1s. So anyone who's not voluntary, they cannot transport. Ideally, calls for them are if police intervention is not needed. That's when MRU is helpful. So there's no crime and an individual is just needing some type of assistance. We also collaborate a lot as corresponders in an MRU, so you might see us both on the same call, and that may be as simple as, hey, MRU, can you please come and help transport this individual somewhere that they need to go today and get some care. There's a lot more work with MRU and co-response, but I'll leave that to questions. And then this is a lot of statistics. The ones I will highlight on are, you'll see the circle pie graph there in the middle, just shows that 61% of MRU's contacts are unhoused individuals, so majority. And welfare checks are also most of MRU's calls, which is 388 out of the 623.
Next challenge that we were really wanting to address early on was just the lack of coordinated resources that both service providers as well as government officials, police individuals could hand to someone who is experiencing homelessness. So Deputy City Manager Dodd put together a team and created this flyer. I think this is a year or so old. I know that Jessica will be working to update this, but it really was the first time that we had really, as a Tri-Cities, looked at all of our different resources and put those into one place. The next challenge was the lack of regional coordination policies and plans to address homelessness. This is really where Tri-Cities comes in. Although Tri-Cities and the work that was going into developing Tri-Cities was really informing all of these actions throughout this. Tri-Cities doesn't take credit for any particular action. Again, it's assembling, it's having discussions, it's getting people thinking about things like the MRU and other things. So this was really developed as a result of the mayors of the three cities talking about issues, ways to address and to work together better. And so that what came out of that was a charter in the very last month of 2018 with those 4 goals that you see. And so those were very kind of broad, overarching goals. And the voting members were the mayors or council representatives, along with the city managers from each city. It's like we're missing a couple of words there. But again, I can't remember the last time we voted because we are a recommending body that brings things back to our councils or the commission to make decisions about. So what was what was the first thing that the Tri-Cities group did in terms of trying to understand the problem? I've seen a lot of initiatives and projects and programs fail because no one was trying to understand the root of the problem, and they didn't have a plan when they started the problem. So I know there's been frustration. We've heard from the community about, well, why did it take so long to get this sort of thing done? We wanted to understand the root of the problem. So we sought proposals from agencies providing research and analysis on the roots. The successful applicant for that, response rather, was the Burns Center for Homelessness, later the DU Center for Housing and Homelessness, and they conducted a survey. Unfortunately, that was delayed by several months because of the pandemic, because we were doing one-on-one interviews, the Burns Center or DU was. So this is what the findings, kind of some of those top findings of homelessness. On the chronic side, there were 2 different studies essentially. One was for chronic homeless and one was for family homelessness. This one you can see that the loss of a job was one of the top issues. Unable to pay rent, change in employment were some of the top ones. The top 10 barriers to housing, unable to pay rent, housing cost increases, So really kind of understanding of the people that were located physically in our community, what was it that they were telling us about those causes? In the family study, some of these are similar, the inability to pay rent, changes in employment, housing cost increases, but also unaffordable expenses, loss of jobs were top as well. Same with the barriers to housing that you can see there. Next, the group under the leadership of MDHI, again, the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative. The director of that was part of the initial group that was Tri-Cities. I think that's why we have our own subgroup. We're the only non-city or non-county subgroup of MDHI. And he helped us with a pestle analysis, which is really just strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, threats, but using that framework that you see over to the right. You can see some of the areas of strength. At that time, we had strong commitment by local leaders to address homelessness, really great, rich service providers who were already working together. Some areas for opportunity were increasing permanent housing options, permanent supportive housing, allocation of housing authority to vouchers. So this was really looking beyond just the problem of people that we see on the street experiencing homelessness. It was also, what is it that's keeping us from being able to move people into housing? So it's really a comprehensive plan that we went through. The Tri-Cities goals 2 and 3 ensure Tri-Cities policies and approach to homelessness are coordinated. The way that we try to do that was through an action plan development. And Tim Dodd was arriving in Englewood about this time, and he coordinated the writing an action plan. Again, so many of these programs, I had done it in Longmont, Boulder County, had worked extensively on this, did not start with a strong plan, and it took them years to get up and running because they didn't plan well at the beginning. So on January 28th, 2021, the councils of Englewood, Littleton, Sheridan hosted a joint council meeting to update, and out of that came authorization to do a Tri-Cities action plan.
Thank you, Shawn. Yeah, so as City Manager Lewis mentioned, the next step, which was really in early 2021, was to work on an action plan. We worked with Florence Lease Advancement Network, and they had experience in doing this work in multiple cities in California, as well as Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I think they've done more work since then. I think one of the most important points to mention here is the last bullet there, 55 interviews. So in addition to focus groups and discussions and things like that, they met with the city's leadership teams, they met with city councils, but they also had 55 one-on-one meetings with people who had lived experience, the sheriff's office, nonprofit service providers, school districts, representatives of our federal and state delegations, to really get a holistic picture of what some of the challenges and some of the ideas were going forward. And this information is outlined in your packet. I want to point out, too, that the action plan basically has 3 hierarchical levels. The first is a thematic level. There are 4 themes. Within the themes, there are recommendations, and then there are action steps within the recommendations. So in the pages that you're going to see in the next several presenters, we're going to be going over the recommendations, where we're at with the action steps, and then also highlighting some of the projects. So the 4 themes or outcome areas that you see here, they're called themes in the actual plan. So very similar to our strategic plan outcome areas, but they're called themes. Our governance, individual systems, workforce opportunities, and family system. So governance is the area I'm going to touch on first. About 80% of our work in governance has been completed. There is a Tri-Cities website that Jessica will talk about that actually has dashboards that shows our progress in all these different areas. You see detailed tables in your memo that outline our progress in these different areas. But really building the strong foundation was one of the first areas we had to work on. We also, I think, have made strong headway with individual system, although it's a very large area. Workforce opportunities is almost complete with some of the openings we're expecting this fall. And then family system we'll talk about a little bit later is one of the areas where I think we need to focus more in the future. So on governance, we really had 3 general things we wanted to focus on. Number 1, building that strong governance model. This is a regional issue, and we know we needed to figure out a way of working together, not just in the Tri-Cities, but also partnering with MDHI, partnering with the City of Denver, partnering with Arapahoe County. So the first focus was on governance. The second was on data and analytics. So our data and analytics division here in the city had been working closely with Mike Sangren, Jessica's predecessor, on developing dashboards and developing ways of reporting and collecting data. And then also the third one was focusing on a community and engagement strategy. So for this one, the public information officers for the 3 cities worked together for the past couple of years with the Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator on developing a website, on developing a lived experience board. And really what this is about is a lot of folks, when they see people experiencing homelessness, their first thought is, what is the city doing? And of course, the city is one actor. It's a major actor. But for this work really to move the needle, it has to be a collaboration with the schools, with the county, with other cities, with nonprofit service providers, with the business community, with individuals. And so that's what a lot of this is about. So we've made some great progress here. I think one of the most important achievements was the establishment of the Tri-Cities concept, as well as the Tri-Cities coordinator, which is housed in the county infrastructure, but funded by the 3 cities. We'll talk more about the funding split later in the presentation. We also did things like creation of a lived experience advisory board, the website, as I mentioned, and also developing structures to track and report on data. I want to go over one of the highlights of a project, and then Jessica will go over another. This is our HAT team, not to be confused with Hat Force with an extra A. This is an internal group. The model for this came from my previous employer. And basically, when I first arrived in Englewood, I realized that homelessness touched most of our, if not all of our departments in different ways, but we really didn't have a way of collaborating internally. And so that's what this is about. So it was meeting monthly. We realized we had a lot of achievements, and now we were at a point where we can meet every other month. But some of the things that this group has, we focus on bringing work inwards. And so we take the information that's coming from Tri-Cities, Change the Trend, the nonprofits, we share it with city staff, but then we also figure out how we can horizontally work together on different projects. So one of the big things that we've created through this group, it was the recommendation of a former staff member to create the Homelessness Connect event. It's a very successful event. It will be happening a few weeks from now. It came out of this work. Also developing a system to track encampments and parks. Also part of this was we have a contract now with a vendor who specializes in working with hazardous materials that can help and assist our staff members. So that work came out of this. Also facilitating the work with Bridge House and Ready to Work, as well as Englewood's action in the plan. And so the city manager's office in 3 cities is still a challenge in terms of how we develop and work collaboratively on those efforts. Turn it over to Jessica to go over the next slide.
Thank you, Tim. I'll speak a little bit to the partnership with Arapahoe County where the homeless coordinator role is housed. One of the findings was to leverage partnerships to proactively address the health and behavioral health of single adults experiencing unsheltered homelessness, and this is outlined in the action plan. The action step proposed was to create a regional homeless coordinator position. Arapahoe County partnered extensively in this by providing the administration, the payroll, and other HR services, office space, supplies for coordinator. They've also allocated ARPA funds to local service providers, convened a regional homeless coordinating committee, and provided regular housing navigators in the Englewood Library and coordinate with Englewood Police case managers.
And before we move on, so that's the end of the governance kind of highlights. Are there any questions about governance in particular before we move on to the single adult system that Elizabeth will be covering?
Any questions, members of council?
Okay.
Don't see any at this time.
First, just thank you for allowing me to be here, obviously in not my new capacity, but this work was really important to me and it was something that I was really glad to be part of. So while I was in Littleton, so I'm glad to be here before you talking about it again. As you'll see in, I will skip forward. As you'll see in this slide, the recommendations really go back to the research that was done. So the goal of the single adult outcome area was to address some of those issues that are arising for people that would cause them to experience homelessness. So you'll see in 2.1, streamlining access to homeless services. So that is really getting at those base services, right? So one is shelter, right? Like, do you have somewhere to go? Do you have somewhere to help navigate you to what is next? 2.2 is really about that next step, which is how do we address people's well-being, whether it's their physical well-being, their mental well-being. In addition to that, whether or not there are substance abuse issues, whether there, is a disability that is preventing somebody from being able to maintain housing and employment often. And then 2.3 is really getting at the broader picture, right? Is that like the literal definition of homelessness is to be without housing. And so that third theme really focuses on how do we increase the access to housing of our population experiencing homelessness. So with some of these action steps, 1 and 2, which are to designate a lead service provider to coordinate services for single adults, and then the creation of a central navigation center. These were both sort of accomplished through an RFP, a request for a proposal that was housed with the city of Littleton on behalf of the Tri-Cities. So I'll talk more about that in the next slide on the navigation center specifically, but that will be coming to fruition later this year, beginning of 25. Next is the continuation of food support. So we know that one of those critical, you cannot function if you are not sustained in your body, right? So people who are experiencing homelessness are often dealing with a lack of access to basic needs like food and water. And so how do we support, again, the existing service providers in this community to make sure that they have what they need to be able to continue supporting those communities? So this often is, working with organizations like Cafe 180 in Englewood, in Littleton, Graceful Cafe is a wonderful partner, and it's really emboldening and saying, what do you need? How can we better help you? What is not checked off on here right now is piloting a safe parking program. We know that living in your car is not a great option. However, when you have nothing else, it's the best option for you. And so this is something that I believe we spoke with all 3 councils about last December at your last joint study session. It's currently in a sort of paused phase with a pre-feasibility study with the consultant. Next, you've heard a lot of wonderful things from the co-responder team and the work that they do with the MRU and the PATH team. So really getting street outreach is critical. So All Health is a key connector for us. And again, just reiterating that like this work doesn't happen without the service providers who really the Tri-Cities and the each city is engaging with to get these outcomes and these actions. So probably the highlight of the single adult category is the navigation center. And so the goal behind a navigation center is where do people go and how do they get what they need, knowing what we know from Melissa that there's a lot of different things happening for people, and they really need to be able to have those service providers who are communicating. Thankfully, we have a very strong in the Tri-Cities service provider community who are talking to each other, who are meeting weekly as part of Change the Trend to coordinate to better serve this group. And so how do we leverage that as well as get a brick and mortar location for people to go to? And so the solution for that was to put out the RFP. It was managed by the city of Littleton. The evaluation committee was made up of representatives from the city of Englewood, city of Littleton, city of Sheridan, as well as a member from the Lived Experience Advisory Board to speak to those applications, and a member of the service provider community whose organization did not apply. And so it was a really robust group who had a variety of different expertises to really come together and determine how to award that RFP. Ultimately, it went to Bridge House to be able to co-locate that facility in the same building as Ready to Work, but operate entirely independently of each other. Let's see. That one of the key aspects of that navigation center shelter is that there will be some short-term beds, right? So how does somebody change their whole life around in a day? They don't. So how do we support them while they're doing that and get connected to services? And that is really the strength of the navigation center, which is something that we know the region critically needs. And then in addition to one of the things that Bridge House will be doing is really connecting with those existing service providers. And so and seeking opportunities to partner with existing service providers in the community. So, like I said, we have that really robust Change the Trend network. And Bridge House, as we are getting near to them opening, are really engaging with that service provider network to know how do they jump in, how do they help, how do they support, and really getting integrated with that group. Because Bridge House really knows, based on why they were awarded, how to do this work, and it's really getting them situated with the existing service providers that's going to make that very successful. Again, this work cannot happen if there's, I think Shawn gave you a great takeaway, but this work does not happen without service providers, and Tri-Cities is really a connector and a problem solver. And so emergency sheltering is a critical example of that, and really being able to pivot and decide, how do we get funding for something like this? How do we work with the county? How do we work with each city respectively, and find out what do we do when our solution to providing cold shelter is no longer going to be providing that shelter that we know we need. And so the Tri-Cities is really a critical collaborator of all of those different agencies.
All right, that's the end of the single adult part of the plan. Again, we've covered governance, single adult. Any questions about kind of the work in trying to do address single adult issues? I do, for the previous slide, want to thank Member Wright for her leadership in proposing and successfully starting the hot, warm weather sheltering that is going on now.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
And just to clarify, in our last meeting, we're not calling it day shelters, it's warming centers now, so people don't confuse that they could shelter overnight and stuff. So we're trying to get that out there now, that they're warming or cooling centers now. So I'm trying to get it in my mind. One of the things that I want to ask about the adult system partners, and that I have a question about, and I'm trying to think how to wrap my head around this and ask, that the Navigation Center Bridge House, I'm still, it says not a shelter, but 25 short-term beds. What will they offer as a navigation center? Because I'm not seeing that here.
So the Navigation Center, really what they're offering is the caseworkers, right? How do we, and connecting people to the existing resources, right? So the best way to describe it is from themselves. And so they always say that if somebody comes into their doors and they don't have the service or cannot provide them the service, they are the connector to those other services. So they're reaching out, they're finding out who can John go to right now? How do we get him from here to there so that he can be successful? And we make sure that there's no gap in service between the moment that they walk into the Navigation Center and what their next step is.
Okay, so are they offering wraparound services then?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing that I find that's important for me then is Movement 5280 has an entire onslaught of services that they offer to individuals and families, and I know we're getting into families, including they offer a hot meal 6 days a week. That we have that. I was looking at it's on here. I read this whole thing. You could see on my tabs. Like this is incorrect, and I know it's put out by Tri-Cities. It's on the website. We need to get it updated. Because there's a lot of incorrect information. I don't know how many people go to it. So I think it's important, and I know it'll need to be updated once the Navigation Center's open. So I think that's important because we don't have the cold weather, severe weather network anymore. So that's important to me. So, and
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you're out of the frying pan into the fire, huh?
Sorry, Member Wright, if I can just address that. Yes, that document is 3 years old. It's from 2021. It was actually included more as a historic reference to show where we came from, where we started. About 2 years ago, it was given to change the trend to kind of continue to coordinate and update that. But we know that it's severely outdated. It was meant to be a historical reference.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. much.
And they are currently working on an upgrade. Jessica, who was just up here, who was lovely, they're currently working with changes right now as of, gosh, just a couple, like month ago when I left, so.
It should be in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, great. And just since we've kind of been working on stuff, Arapahoe County's working on something with us on the weather, conditions for stuff. So maybe everybody could collaborate together. So we're on the same page and could just, maybe Arapahoe County could put something together completely for us. So, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Wright. Thank you, Ms. Watts. I don't see any further questions from council. Go ahead, Deputy City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to go over the third and fourth themes. The third theme is workforce development. So in keeping with the theme of being data-driven, the DU studies basically showed that a lot of the reasons in our region people are falling into homelessness and cannot get out of it were economic. So that was why we created, based on that data, this workforce opportunities outcome area. What's also really important to focus on in terms of being data-driven is the whole VI SPDAT tool and the navigation system, navigation center system is really meant to collect data to better understand individuals, why these individuals specifically fell into homelessness and why they have challenges in getting out of it. And so if that data tells us that there's individuals who are ready to work, who want to work, this outcome area is for them. It's important to point out that not everyone who is experiencing homelessness is ready to work, but that's why this area exists. And so within this area, there's 2 recommendations. One is to create partnerships, and one is to focus on creating job opportunities for people experiencing homelessness. In 2021, using ARPA funding, Council invested in 2 distinct programs. The bottom one I'll start with first, Cross Purpose, which has been open actually for a couple of years now, and then the top one, Ready to Work, which will be opening this fall. Just to kind of, if there is any confusion, Bridge House is a nonprofit that will be running 2 totally separate programs. The Ready to Work program is this program that I'm talking about. Then they're also running the Navigation Center. They were selected through a competitive RFP process for that. So it is the same organization, but 2 separate programs housed, co-located in the same building. So I think I've talked to you about this using the same terminology a couple years ago, but really Bridge House and Cross Purpose are 2 sides of the same coin. So Bridge House is designed for people who have fallen into homelessness, and it helps them get out of it through job training, job readiness. Cross Purpose is designed for people who are not yet homeless, who are housing vulnerable, and it provides about 13 different tracks to new different careers and job opportunities. So with the Bridge House example, we've applied their success rate of 74% for their 2 existing places in Aurora and Boulder. If we apply that to so there will be between 40 and 50 beds. They're still finalizing the exact number, so it's not definitively 50. So if you look at if we have 40 beds, based on that success rate, it will remove 29 people every year from homelessness. If we had 50 beds, it would remove 37. Cross Purpose, I believe you've seen that report. They're required to submit reports to us, but it shows, excuse me, Member Anderson, sorry about that. No, just bless you right there. Sorry about that. But yeah, success as to date, 155 individuals participating in this program, along with 72 graduates, and that's specific for this region. I'm going to pause right there before I go into the last one, which is family system.
Any questions on the workforce development? I don't see any questions.
And the last one, and so when we hired Ms. Diane Cox a few months ago, we told her that really the 2 areas where we wanted the next coordinator to focus were, number 1, on the family chronic system, specifically on permanent supportive housing, and to get that study off the ground. And then number 2, on the family system, we feel like this is the area of the 4 we have not, just admittedly, to be very open and honest, not as focused as much as the others. 40% of the work has been achieved, though, so we still are close to being on track. Family homelessness manifests itself in a very unique way compared to individual homelessness. We believe there to be, and not just Englewood, but across the country, underreporting in this area. Every school district in the United States is required to have something called a McKinney-Vento coordinator that's under a federal act. We do have regular meetings. I don't individually, but Tri-Cities does have meetings with these coordinators on a regular basis. We want eventually to conceive the idea of a navigation center specifically for families. We're really just preliminary started looking at what that could look like. We believe it to be separate from the individual navigation center. Not to say it couldn't be a part of it or work with it, but that's a big chunk of this. And then also being able to prevent families from becoming homelessness and also increasing housing opportunities. So a lot of this does weave into the affordable housing work. The chart that you see here on the right is McKinney-Vento data. It's important to point out this is for all three, I should say, school districts. Obviously there are pieces of different cities in the Tri-Cities region who go to other districts, but this includes the Sheridan, Englewood, and Littleton public school districts. We saw a dip here, and then it started to trend back up. And again, as I pointed out, this is the area where we've had the least part of focus, and it's something that Ms. Deani Cox knew when we hired her was an area we really want to focus on. So the next thing I'll cover before turning it over, or the next step for Tri-Cities, and so we do have a new funding split. Several of you basically raised your hands and said, wait a minute, why is Littleton bigger than us and they're paying the same? The answer to that is we didn't know why. We didn't know why. It predated most of us, that split. And so we worked with the other two cities. We now have a more equitable split that's explained in the finance section of your document, and so we'll be working to amend the IGAs on that. We also have been working, Liz Ramsey in our office, who you know is our representative to a working group that Ms. Deani Cox has on safe parking. We anticipate both the Ready to Work site and the Navigation Center to open in November. We have not heard definitive dates yet, but they're still looking at around Thanksgiving for both of those programs. We also want to continue to develop those partnerships specifically for severe weather for the winter, but also for the summer and heat as well. We want council to consider and to look at the possibility of camping bans or expansion of the sit-lie policy. Obviously, that's your decision. We want you to engage existing nonprofits. And just I want to point out, I've done this work in other places, and I've never seen such a strong nonprofit community that wants to partner with the city, that wants to work together. And so I think that's one of the positives that came out even when we were looking at the Tri-Cities Plan of Action, one of the strong foundations that we have. We're very, very lucky to have the nonprofit community that we do. We also want to check in with all the councils and revise the action plan as needed. And of course, the action plan is set to expire this year, so we want your consideration of whether you want to continue it. If you do continue it, I think the recommendations really are to hone in on the family system, because we need a lot of work there, and also to focus on finishing the projects in the other three areas, and specifically doing the permanent supportive housing study that's included in the single or chronic homelessness theme. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Watson to talk about laws and enforcement.
Yeah, just some quick information on some laws and the enforcement, like Tim said. When the city manager talked about the first goal of Tri-Cities was, in essence, benchmarking is where are we at, what's the scope of the problem, and the police department was involved very early in those conversations. Deputy Chief Fender talked about Chief Collins's role in the inception of the program, but then as the meetings kicked off, law enforcement in Englewood and Sheridan and Littleton, the police chiefs were there, I was there, Chief Collins and I were trading off. I was a deputy chief at the time, so we could really be a part of that conversation on the backdrop of the scope of the problem. So that was very, very meaningful to us, and specifically the numbers of calls for service that were coming into the police department, and the lack of any kind of participation to help the police departments with those calls for service. And so if I look at the scope of this problem then in 2018, when we first started meeting, versus where we're at now with the presentations we had, it's just tremendous, the roads that we've taken. So in 2022, we adopted the sit-lie ordinance policy, if you will. And this is there was focus on ADA issues. The enforcement piece of that was through the police department. And in essence, this was one of the last steps in the contacts that police officers had. It was very beneficial at problem locations. If we were trying to, whether it was a business area or a residential area, and it gave the officers another tool when we're contacting individuals or groups of people. And the first step had always been offering resources and trying to get help, but at times if enforcement had to be taken, it was just another tool for that, which we found very, very effective. But again, it was the last step in the process after voluntary compliance. Actually, taking a step back before that, in 2018, there was a ruling where the cities cannot enforce camping bans. So that was very significant in that it stopped police from the ability to enforce any kind of camping on public right-of-ways, parks and sidewalks, and so that created an issue for enforcement. Although we still had the sit-lie ordinance, we could not do a camping ban. In 2024, just recently, that was overturned. There was a court ruling that overturned that for a variety of reasons that you can read. So this is a question. This is an opportunity, if you will, for agencies, for municipalities or county governments to create another tool for us to help with this problem. So again, this would be the last tool in the tool belt after voluntary compliance, after offering resources. It's it's working with the case managers, working with the different groups that we have. It'll be done in a reasonable and equitable fashion without violating individual rights or civil liberties. That's extremely important. I envision it where there's no excessive fines or penalties, but it's all done to protect people's rights, people's property's rights, and people's rights to enjoy public places. And that's extremely important. And all in the interest of that, as well as providing services to the community. With a properly implemented camping ban, it brings resources more available to people. It's another avenue to offer resources. So there's some council considerations and city manager, I'm not sure how you want to lead these discussions, but these are in your packet. One of the questions is if the sit-lie policy should be expanded. So there's possibilities there. There's should we join with other cities in the South Metro area, Centennial, Parker, Denver, Boulder, Aurora, that have camping bans? Is that an opportunity that council and the city wants to explore? There's considerations on how that overlaps with the Bridge House and some of the programs that we just talked about. If there were to be a camping ban, how does that interact with Bridge House and other programs? So it's quite a big topic. There's lots of information on that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Chief, thank you very much. And thank you very much to everyone for the presentation and the discussion on the Tri-Cities and homelessness plan overall. Questions from members of council. I saw Member Wright-Slight first and then Member Russell.
Chief, while you're sitting here, just one question on the camping ban. How big of I know it's been a problem in the past. Can you tell me how many man-hours it has taken to manage? I believe it was a huge problem along the Platte previously.
I'd have to look that up, but it's hundreds and hundreds of hours.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Chief. I have a question. Are we enforcing the sit-lie policy?
Yes.
And I mean, does somebody have to complain, or if an officer is driving down the street and sees, like today I was coming home really up Dartmouth from about the city center area, and there was a person, they had all their stuff, they were right next to the 7-Eleven gas station, sleeping on the edge of the sidewalk with all of their stuff next to them. Is that okay for them to be sleeping there, or? Does somebody have to call and report it, or
Yeah,
what?
It can happen both ways. It can be a call for service where somebody reports that to the police and we can investigate it, or it can be officer initiated as well. Keeping in mind that our first approach is voluntary compliance. It's warnings. It's making them aware, trying to bring in the co-responders or perhaps MRU and trying to help. But if that doesn't work, you can still do enforcement at the same time that you're offering resources. So it's what's best for the situation. That specific example that you mentioned, I'm not 100% sure of what happened there, but yeah.
Okay, so if we chose to expand the sit and lie policy, would it increase enforcement, or how would we expand it?
We'd have to work with the city attorney and the city manager on that, perhaps expanding it further into the right of way. I know that there was specific conversations when it was adopted on where in relation to the right of way. So that's one opportunity. I think it overlaps very nicely with if there were to be a camping ban, those two would work hand in hand.
So they could go together, the expansion of the sit and lie policy and the camping ban?
They could, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Noonenkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. It was a lot of work, a lot of collaboration. I'm very impressed and very grateful. And I want to say on the record that this program and this collaboration with both our partners and with the other cities just remains a huge point of pride for me in the city. I think that it's something that we need to be doing more of, not less of, and we're learning as we go. We're iterating, we're learning what's working, what's not working. That's to be expected, but I'm really proud of the work that we've done so far and really grateful for those who've put in so many hours on it. A couple points of feedback from me, specifically in the areas of direction, and then I have a question as well, is in our last joint council meeting with the other Tri-City councils, we talked about the next kind of phase of the action plan being in deeply affordable housing, that transitional housing that really helps provide the next step for someone coming out of an unhoused situation. That continues to be an incredibly compelling opportunity. So when we look at how do we want modifications to the plan, to exist in the future, I think that's a really natural place for this work to continue going. That would be my input there. I have kind of two main points of questioning. One is, in our experience so far, where do we identify, whether it be emergency sheltering or the transitional housing, where do we have the most significant gaps that we've identified in this work over the last few years that we still need to fill?
Yeah, thank you. So it's somewhat of a hard question to answer because this is the first year that we're getting pit count data specifically for the 3 cities that basically shows data relative to sheltering and non-sheltering. I think we still, and it would be interesting in my own opinion, to do a somewhat similar survey to what we did with DU to better I think that data collection would actually help us if that's something the councils in 3 cities are interested in looking at. But I still think there's absolutely gaps that still exist with workforce programming. I think there's also gaps that exist in a whole host of different models of sheltering and permanent supportive housing. I think even initial data we'll collect through the VI SPDAT tool through the Navigation Center is going to help us understand, why those individuals fell into homelessness and what the interventions are that we need. I think after doing that for a year or two, I'd be in a better position to answer your question. So I know it's somewhat of a non-answer, I apologize, but it's really just based on the data, and we have limited data right now.
No, that's helpful. And if there's not an immediate kind of anecdotal answer of, oh, yes, we for sure know it's this gap, that could be a good thing. And then really getting to the root causes of some of the things is really helpful. I want to speak to the sit and lie and the camping ban point for one moment. As some of you may recall, in 2022, when we passed this, I had some very strong feelings that I maintain about the way that the ordinance was originally crafted, which did include the right-of-way. And obviously, we have a camping ban in our parks currently for anyone. And for me, the way that ordinance was originally constructed felt kind of like a camping ban under another name. And I was concerned about our ability to allow people to exist in our city under that ordinance. And so I appreciate the changes, and I voted for it because at the time we had confirmed that there was both Cafe 180, who was allowing people to sleep on their patio, and there was a church in the city who was also allowing camping on their private property. Have we confirmed, are those things still available to unhoused residents in the city?
I can answer on the church. That church is no longer in existence. And so I believe that was Mosaic Church that was allowing people, and it's now turning into a part, or multifamily, so.
Yep.
Can you address the Cafe 180? I believe we've worked with them pretty extensively on that.
Yeah, we have worked with them, and that problem is, has reduced significantly because of the sit-lie ordinance. That gave us the opportunity to go in it, and it wasn't camping, it was the blocking of the sidewalk, which in essence is an ADA issue. You have to keep the sidewalk open for sidewalk purposes, pedestrian purposes.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. My question was specifically, my understanding at the time was that they were allowing camping overnight on their patio, overnight and on their private property. Is that still the case?
I'm not specifically aware of that.
Okay.
I could check with our zone or impact officers who are working that. I don't specifically remember them allowing them. I know that there was an attraction there, partially for a lot of reasons. One of them was, some of the services that they could get, the bus stop and some other amenities in that area. That the sidewalk was actually bigger in that area. Some of it was sidewalk, some of it was private property as you moved closer to the wall, so.
And I'll just add, when they changed their service model a bit several months ago, I personally had conversations with them. I think people in the police department did too, just about the challenges we were seeing there, because we weren't given the tool to enforce, some sort of camping there. What could we do to partner with them to reduce that? And I think you've seen that. We offered actually a fence in that area to keep people off of their property. And I think that they really just changed their own kind of enforcement model and allowances model, where that's been greatly reduced as a result of those conversations.
That's helpful context. I appreciate it. I think that my personal kind of ethic and what I bring to these kinds of conversations and decisions is I think it is immoral for us to have people living outside in our city. And once we have the opportunity and the resources that they actually have a place to go, I am comfortable increasing our enforcement, increasing some of our legislative tools. But until we have a dignified pathway for them out of that experience, I don't want to criminalize that behavior. So that's still where I stand. And hopefully with the addition of the Bridge House resources, we can get to a place that makes more sense. But I really appreciate all of the feedback and all of the updates. I'm really proud of the work, so thank you all.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. I'll ask the next maybe one or two questions, and then we'll go to Member Ward. So going back to the causes of people falling back into homelessness, the PESTEL study, when I look at that list, and this is kind of back, Deputy City Manager, to the gaps that we potentially may see. A lot of these are, economical, financial, change in employment, inability to pay rent. Others are mental health. And even some other ones are just workforce development. What I see missing from here is substance abuse issues. That's one. And so what I'm trying to understand is, it does seem like our partners are able to help out with the mental health aspect, potentially. The workforce development seems like something that we are working and still seems to be a gap. But I guess, is there a gap within the substance abuse? And now I'm also concerned about the economic aspect of it, because I believe back when we had this study, Arapahoe County was providing at least some type of financial assistance that would prevent or help to prevent people from going into homelessness. And I believe that funding may be running out. So are those gaps that we still have within the system?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a really great point, Mayor, that you brought up. And I'm not a statistician, but I think I have kind of two probable answers. One is, based on talking to the folks who did this survey, substance abuse, this is self-reported, is often something that people are hesitant to report. So the people who did do this report believe that substance abuse was underreported. They believe that there is possibility that it's likely higher than the way these numbers show, number one. Number two, to your point about the economic reasons, it's important to remember this survey was done as manager. It was right before I started, but it was right at the height of COVID, and it was when we had very high levels of unemployment, and we had a lot of people falling, losing jobs, and so it was at a point in time where there were a lot of kind of, I wouldn't say unprecedented, but very unique in the last 100 years economic indicators or reasons. So I think that's why, again, I mean, I think it would be interesting to, it costs money, of course, to do this, but I think it may be helpful in the next year or two to look at doing something like this again, and seeing what the data looks like at that point. And unfortunately, to your point about the county's program, I can't answer that question directly.
If I could also add to the substance question, one of the things that I think is the next phase that we need to do, and Member Ward, I think, could speak to this better as our representative on the regional opioid task force, but it's really find ways of identifying some of the research and work that they've done, and how can Tri-Cities fit into that? I know Member Ward and others in Englewood and Sheridan have been advocates for regional substance abuse and addiction providers. And so Member Ward, I don't know if you can speak to that, but I think it's another opportunity for better partnership.
Yeah, I think Member Ward, you mentioned it a couple of sessions ago where they're potentially putting something in on I-25 in Bellevue, if I remember correctly. But I think at the time, was it Arapahoe House that provided substance abuse? And I know that they went, they didn't have was it Arapahoe House? Well, and I think they provided substance abuse as well, but yeah, they didn't have the funding as well. But I know that seemed to be a gap at the time. I'm not sure if it's still a gap, but it potentially still is. So just trying to understand that, and I can save the rest of my questions once we get through more. Member Ward and then Member Wright.
Thank you for that introduction to my topic, City Manager Lewis. Just this morning, as a matter of fact, I received from the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Task Force a report regarding regional co-responders. And this was one of the things that we wanted to work on as part of the task force, because co-responders work so closely with populations that are homeless, but also affected by various types of addiction issues. And so we commissioned I think it was called Aurora Research Institute, to do a study amongst the co-responder programs in Arapahoe County. The Sheriff's Department runs their co-responder program in-house, serving obviously Centennial, which is the largest swath of their area, but also the rest of Arapahoe County that's served by the Sheriff's Department. And then, of course, our partnership with All Health extends across multiple cities in Arapahoe County. And then Aurora has an in-house co-responder program. And one of the interesting findings is that there's not a lot of coordination amongst those programs. So one of the things I think that would be helpful as we talk about this approach to homelessness is also a more regional approach to that. We have Tri-Cities, which is a great start at this, but homeless people don't know city borders, or they don't pay attention to them. They cross those borders all the time if they're getting services in Denver or services in Arapahoe County. Maybe they go into the homeless information management system, maybe they don't. I think we have a larger area to touch here if we can, if it's within our power to coordinate with even Denver, or even as far south as Douglas County, not these areas that are not too far away from us, that are also serving similar partners. Because as much work as we do, if we're not also working with other people who are dealing with the same or similar populations, I think we're not amplifying the authority and money of government in order to actually solve the problem. And I think that's, I forwarded the report, the draft report from Aurora Research Council to the manager and the city attorney. I assume that each of you will probably get a copy of this as well. We'll be talking about this on Thursday when we have our opioid abatement task force meeting. But I think the co-responder program, as far as I'm concerned, that's probably the most important component of this for me, because that's where we touch these people who might not necessarily otherwise have contact with the people that are able to help them. So that's where I would like to see the bulk of our resources allocated. And I think they're doing some good work. And I look forward to hearing more as we start to open up these other programs.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Wright.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had was for the MRU. It says the MRU has responded to 640 calls of service in 2024 with 500 in-person contacts. I was curious how the other 140 contacts were handled. I figured you could.
So the 600 some odd number is calls that they were dispatched to. Somebody is not still on scene every time that they go. So they handle that call. It doesn't mean that they made contact with a person when they got there. Or if somebody is there and says, I don't want to talk to you, I want nothing to do with you, I'm just going to leave, they don't count that as a contact necessarily because they're not getting their information and they're not providing a service.
Okay, so for the, let me ask you, for the 500 that you did have contact, just, you may or may not know this, do you know how many were repeat contacts where you may have built a relationship to actually get help for them?
They do track unique individuals served versus multiple contacts for the same individual. I just don't have that right in front of me.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe.
But it is tracked.
Okay, because I know you have to build a relationship with people, especially homeless, and it may take a while, and they might finally say, okay, you could help me, so, all right, thank you. I looked at the big pack for everything, that's why I've got all these tabs and I'm looking at stuff. Part of what I'm looking at is the upcoming things in cost. And some of what I'm thinking on some of this is, can we, it's a lot of money. We have a huge, wonderful Change the Trend network with very smart people. And opposed to going to DU for assistance, we have our own community college, ACC. Could we go to them and ask them, hey, you know, within your own community, can you help us build a website? Or can we partner up with you to do this or that, which I was looking at, you know, the wish list within this document. So I was thinking there's a lot of money that's going to be in here, you know, several $100,000, maybe in upwards of $500,000 coming down the pike. I didn't add it all up. I think within Change the Trend, within other community partners like, you know, Arapahoe Community College, I think we could save a lot of money and think outside the box. And I made a lot of notes, but I'm not going to keep everybody here all night and go through each one of my little tabs where I made notes. Maybe we could get together afterwards, because I'm all for saving the taxpayer money. But I don't think, and one of my things, and I'm going to say it out loud tonight, I think the money that all three cities spend on a coordinator should go to Change the Trend, and our partners that are servicing the community directly, our homeless citizens, could probably use that money to serve them and help them become housed or give them what they need while they're waiting for housing. I think that money could be used in a better way personally. I've been on these calls to do the weather and coming up with a plan, and it's coming great, and it'll be coming to the policymakers. You know, we're working out a communication plan and everything, and everyone on that call, and you're on the call, we're getting it done, and it's happening quickly. So I don't know, that's where I stand with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Prang?
Thank you for the presentation, everyone that presented. I really appreciated the overview of the system as a whole. I think that was one of my points of heartburn around our homelessness conversation in Englewood, is that we have a lot of piecemeal conversations, but this really helped me to see what the system does and some of the roles of each of the players within that system. I tend to agree with Member Wright in that I still see value in there being a centralized coordination of efforts. And I think that the presentation tonight speaks to a lot of really big wins. I mean, as Member Neunenkamp said, there's a lot here to be proud of. I think continuing to have the conversation about clarity of roles, like for me, you know, what does Change the Trend do versus what Tri-Cities does, et cetera. And I think the clarification of those roles could continue to be discussed and clarified over time. But having the strength of a regional response, and even to the point of us being able to get data specific to our region and be identified for that, what is it, point in time data specific to our region, I think that has great value in any of the responses that we're doing, whether it be substance use services, the coordination of all of our resources and having them talk to one another. I do have a question and I guess a comment on ongoing value with Tri-Cities, in that I think that for me, having more of a conversation around with our business community and some of the challenges that I'm hearing from our businesses that they're facing, I'm really curious, Chief Watson, on, you know, looking at whether there are examples of cities that have expanded their sit-lie ordinances and have camping bans, and the impacts, if any, on the reduction of crime related to those that are unhoused. And I ask this because I've been in several of our establishments lately where business owners are having to physically change the features of their establishments in Englewood because of the theft that what's been reported to me is in direct result of homeless within the city. And I think that that impacts the overall quality of life for everybody living in Englewood. So I just would want to know more about, you know, if we see reductions in criminal offenses within cities by expanding some of those areas, and then how do we maybe at the Tri-Cities level pull our businesses further into that conversation to say, this is what we're experiencing. The two establishments that I went to both said to me, our corporate offices are saying, don't engage. We don't want anyone to get hurt. We don't want the homeless individuals to get hurt. We don't want our employees to get hurt. So their solutions are to lock a bunch of stuff up. That doesn't feel good in Englewood. And I would like to see us have more of a broad conversation around how to strike the right balance there, where we have that feeling of quality of life and perhaps a little more enforcement, but also with some of the sensitivities that Member Neunenkamp brought up around, you know, our responsibility to make sure people have a place to go and that our wraparound services really are working. So because of all of those things that I just stated, there's great value in continuing to have a regional voice that's addressing the issue for the reason. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody for the presentations tonight. It was a big task to get everybody pulled together, but I really appreciate it. And it was really good to hear the story of just kind of the retelling of what's happened the last 6 or 7 years. I've been involved in homelessness work in some way since probably 2010, 2011, back when there were just 1 or 2 service providers in the city, no coordination between the cities, no change the trend, and to hear it retold and just to think about all these, I don't know how it is now, but I remember there was a time where on change the trend calls there were 40 or 50 service providers, and maybe that's still going on, and that kind of thing. Like, that's unbelievable. That's the envy of probably many cities in the metro area or even nationwide. That's very, very rare to have that level of coordination. And yeah, I don't know if everybody always gets along perfectly, but to have everybody kind of on the same mission and working together is an incredible asset. And to be willing to work with the governments from our cities and with the county, just the level of coordination here is really incredible, even though the challenges haven't gone away. The numbers, we haven't gone down really. As we've seen the solutions come along, we've seen housing prices double and then fentanyl and it's just such a complicated thing. And you wonder sometimes, is everything working? Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is working. We see stories, hear stories about John and the things that are going on in the streets, and we're helping, we're helping people, or at least the frontline workers are. I certainly wouldn't want to take credit for it, but I'm just really thankful for all the work that's gone into it, and to be a part. I got to be a part of Change the Trend for a while, and now Tri-Cities, and I just like to continue. I want to see that action plan finished. I want to see where that goes, and then what's next in terms of permanent supportive housing. But we've come a long ways, and we've still got a long ways to go. And I'm happy to be on the journey, even though it's hard and challenging. And I know it's really challenging for those who are working in it every day. The one thing I did want to weigh in on is the camping ban idea. I feel similar to Member Camp, and I just imagine, what if every city in the metro area made it illegal? Are those people just going to vanish? Are they all going to be in shelters? If that's the case, then okay, maybe we're ready for that. But they don't cease to exist just because you make it illegal. So I don't know. That's a really tough one. I do see the challenges to our business owners, and I know we've made some progress with the sit-lie ordinance, but I'd want to see some other things in place before we considered a ban personally. But thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Thank you, and I would like to thank everyone for the presentation and all the hard work that has gone into it. And I do appreciate what's gone on, but I do have a question. How much money has this cost us in the last 4 years? And what kind of money are we going to look at that we're going to need for 2025 to support moving forward with this? I mean, I don't know if you have those numbers on the top of your head, but.
Thank you, Member Russell. I had just leaned over to Deputy City Manager Dodd and said, did I delete your costing slide that you put in? Because we had that. What's interesting about the spending is that the vast majority has been ARPA dollars. And so they've been federal dollars. We have not used local dollars, with the exception of the staff time that's been invested. And so I think in terms of the, maybe more outreach to businesses, more work in terms of, sheltering and warming centers and cooling centers. One of the conversations I had with Member Wright was, why is just the city manager on this subcommittee that we have? And I said, because there's no one else in Sheridan to do that. And today, last week, someone said, why do you look so tired? And I said, because I was working on this presentation until midnight. Why is that? That's because there are only 2 people in the organization that can do this work right now, that have been assigned to do this work, is Tim and I. So there is no staff. And we've dedicated a lot of resources. Littleton is the same way, thank goodness for Elizabeth in Littleton, but they're having some of those same concerns. So when we think about, is there one staff person who can do more outreach to businesses, that can spend more time on kind of the policy analysis of cooling centers and warming centers? Yes, but we need a staff resource that can actually pull that off. And, I don't think you want Tim and I out there doing one-on-one, engagement on such a specific topic, although we're welcome to do that if directed. But that's where the value of splitting a cost of one resource, with us paying 40, Littleton paying 50, and Sheridan paying 30, roughly, I think I got that math wrong, but is really adding value where our taxpayers aren't having to foot that bill. It's a shared cost that right now is being funded by ARPA, but even if when ARPA runs out, the shared resource seems to me the way of, having that work. Frankly, if Jessica hadn't been so early, she would have probably been taking the heavy on this. Her predecessor would have been able to do this. But, Tim and I didn't want to put that burden on her and our county partners, with her being so new. So that's where the value of that resource, the staffing resource, comes in. But certainly we are open to your suggestions in terms of reallocation, et cetera. I just want you to know everything you want in this has to have a staffing resource that goes with it.
I appreciate that, but I still want to know, I don't care if it was ARPA dollars or what kind of dollars, I want to know how much money we've spent and how much money we're going to need in 2025, because we don't have any more ARPA dollars. That's done.
No worries. Yeah, so in terms of the initial investment, so about $1.55 million of ARPA from the city of Englewood did go into homelessness/housing related initiatives. Now, of that, the bulk of that actually went, so $850,000 went into Ready to Work, $350,000 went into cross purpose, and the remaining $350,000 was dedicated to the implementation of the action plan. So the really nice thing about the action plan is that there's a table towards the back of it that actually costs out each project. The total cost was $750,000. Now, that doesn't include the workforce development component, which is why those two buckets were separate. It also included a limited amount to seed the navigation center, which is why we worked with philanthropic organizations as well as government entities. So we got a $1.5 million grant from the United States Congress towards that. Of the $350 remaining, we actually have not spent all of it. One of the items that we have not done is the permanent supportive housing study, which is assessed at $50,000 split across the 3 cities. We have put a placeholder in your budget, as you're aware, for next year for $50,000. We think it will likely come in at less than that, given our new split that wasn't in place when we did that, towards our share, if you wish to continue the Tri-Cities coordinator. Now, one thing to point out about that is, and Director Ingalls could answer this in a more detailed way the next time he does a budget presentation for you, which I think will be next week. But we believe that we will have enough ARPA funding to pay for 1 more year. The way ARPA works is the funding has to be expended by the end of 2026, but it has to be encumbered by the end of 2024. So he believes that we could spend most of that towards the next year of the program. So that's where we're at funding-wise. To your point, Member Russell, and we always knew that the funding was really interesting when we were doing this work, is because there was an unprecedented number of grant programs of federal dollars that frankly never existed for this work. So that was the positive, was that the money was available. The negative is that it's one time. And so we always knew we had to kind of come up with looking at resources for the future. One thing we know we need to do is turn towards our philanthropic partners, and kind of as Member Wright and others mentioned, we definitely need to do more of that going into the future. The other thing, though, is it's not going to cost as much to maintain as it costs to build, and so a lot of these costs are actually going to be relatively minimal going forward. The area where we haven't done much, family system, we actually think we can do most of that just through partnerships with the existing McKinney-Vento programs.
I appreciate that. But I am also concerned about the city manager and the deputy city manager, because you cannot continue to do this. And so we're going to have to come up with money for a staffing person to do this job. In my personal opinion, a lot of these 501c3s, that's what they do well. They do fundraising well. And if they don't do fundraising well, they don't exist. And the problem is when government gets involved and we start doling out taxpayer money to fund these things, it doesn't work. And I appreciate what Councilmember Prang shared. Going into Walmart and seeing glass cases with locks on all of them, and you have to ask for a key. We are going to deter people coming from the city of into the city of Englewood to shop. And we have got to clean up this problem. The other problem that we have, we're working with 3 little cities We're not working with Denver. We're not working with Aurora. Until we get those two cities, especially Denver, because they're our right next door neighbor, helping and in the same direction that we're going as the Tri-Cities, we're not going to fix this problem either. Because Denver is already overrun with a lot of problems and they're sending their people here too. So I will just say, I am in favor of expanding the sit-lie ban. I am in favor of increasing, doing the last thing, the camping ban. From the very beginning, the problem to the business community has been devastating, from the homeless defecating in front of the businesses on South Broadway. And when I said that to my nephew, he goes, "Aunt Rita, I would never shop in Englewood." We are not making Englewood a place to shop. It's not that I do not care about the homeless. I actually think in reading all of the packet that perhaps Change the Trend is in the position that they could take direction, since they're partnering with all of our partners, and perhaps we ought to consider giving the leadership of this to Change the Trend and let them work with Tri-Cities. But Tri-Cities may need to be out of the picture totally, because Tri-Cities is being run by the city manager and the mayor of all three cities. And I can't speak for Littleton and Sheridan, but I actually think that we need to have you here dedicated to the city of Englewood 100% of the time. The police have done an amazing job with the homeless, but I think we've tied their hands in a lot of ways also. And so I think this is a hard discussion that we have to have. I don't always like to be the bearer of bad news, but the money will run out. And so thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Before I go to Member Wright, let me ask a few questions. And Ms. Van Hake, and I believe Ms. Deani Cox, you may be best to answer this question, but is Swedish Hospital involved with the Tri-Cities plan? And the reason why I'm asking about this is that, and I'm not sure if this is fact or fiction, but there's been concerns that if somebody does go into Swedish Hospital that's intoxicated, once they are, once they're released, they're just released back into the public, which includes some of the businesses that are right there. So I'm just wondering, are they, if that's true, is there an opportunity for us to coordinate with Swedish to find a better plan for just that type of release? So, and that could be for you as well, Chief. So if anybody wants to.
I'll start while someone comes up. The DU study was funded in part by Swedish. So we got grants and partnerships from lots of organizations, including Swedish, to help fund that study.
Yeah, and I guess my question is
that
more
was
just
original, but
yeah. And obviously they're a great community partner for us, but just in terms of the actual tasks that we want to kind of just start having a plan for, that's one that comes up during my discussions. But go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. And actually, we're hosting a healthcare convening on Wednesday. Swedish I haven't had a point of contact there to engage with them. However, it has been on my radar that is an issue with the hospital and discharging and gaps in discharge with the unhoused community and making sure that they continue to stay supported. We do have Stride in the community that supports Englewood, Littleton, and Sheridan. And they are a mobile outreach clinic, and they can actually kind of help serve in that barrier. So Stride will be at the convening along with some other healthcare providers, but that is a concern that's been on my radar.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can speak to, from a crisis intervention standpoint and like a continuum of care standpoint, that is a very real pain point, especially like working as a co-responder when we bring somebody into the hospital in a crisis situation, whether it's on a mental health hold, whether we're trying to coordinate a detox hold, which is a whole other soapbox that co-responders could get on in terms of involuntary interventions that we can use for folks when they're in a substance use crisis. Our hands get very tied on what tools are available to us. and consistent coordination with hospital and ED staff about discharge planning is often not something that's available to us, particularly on a consistent basis. So it's a struggle.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll start answering some of these questions, and then I'll have other council members weigh in. But in terms of the modifications proposed to Tri-Cities Action Plan, I agree with Member Noonekamp. I think affordable housing, especially when we're talking about the 30% AMI and below, like that specific number, that's something that I want to have as the next iteration of the Tri-Cities plan. The other aspect of it is, and Ms. Van Hake, you may be more familiar with this since you're the liaison, but we're starting to see, now that we've kind of started laying the groundwork for the Tri-Cities plan, how do I phrase this? Obviously we have our partner network, and there's been concerns from citizens in terms of just how can we improve the quality of life for all residents and citizens and have our partners understand that impact. So that's one thing that that's one aspect that I want to be able to convey to our community partners. And I know City Manager Lewis, Deputy City Manager, you guys have been involved in conversations, but just the fact that there are some impacts that are being felt by residents and businesses, and just having a better plan to kind of address this. That's one aspect that I want to see as well. And let me see what else. There was one other item that I wanted. Oh, and going back to this, I don't have enough information to say yes or no to increase or decrease in city funding for private or non-private. I think it would be on a case-by-case basis. If we have specific projects or specific areas that we need to address, that needs to come from Tri-Cities for me in order for me to evaluate whether or not that's a good use of resources. In terms of the sit-lie and citywide camping ban, I'm actually a yes for both. And a part of the reason why I am a yes for both is that we have laid out the groundwork, and I do think that we need to take the next step in order to just improve the quality of life for everyone. I understand the concerns that members of council have in terms of whether it's the empathy or just where they would go from there. But I do think that we need to start considering the quality of life for our citizens now that we've started laying the groundwork and providing resources. And this would be after the Bridge House and the Navigation Center opens up. That's when I would be ready to consider it. But I do want to be able to consider it just because of the quality of life for our citizens. The question number 4, I think I may have answered it earlier, just like working better with our partner network. And obviously, just from my earlier statement in terms of where our gaps are currently based off of PESTEL, and I guess going back to the data collection again, I think it does make sense for us to refresh the data after 5 years or so. It just makes sense for us to just make sure that we're still on top of what the current issues are that are driving people to homelessness. So understanding that as well. And obviously, just based off of that, I think that Tri-Cities, just being the basically the figure point or basically the vision of where we want to have the 3 cities coordinate. I think it's been one of our better projects within the city in terms of just getting to the point that we are. I think it's a great funding source. Let's change the trend, let the partner networks stick to what they're good at, and let us be basically the executive branch for identifying where we need to go next. Because I believe you stated that MRU came from there. The other ideas are germinating from the Tri-Cities plan or from that level. So I want to keep that current process in place. I think next up is Member Wright and then Member Ward.
Thank you. When it comes to the ban, I'm a little bit torn. The reason I may be in agreement for it is it may motivate people to do something. The one question I may have, but I would not want a lot of time spent on it, is there anywhere, and it probably could be Googled, I may just do it myself. If there's a camping ban somewhere else, what has it done to homelessness in that area? One of my big concerns when I read this big report was, one of the concerns was that because of what the three cities have done, it's encouraging other homeless people into our communities. I believe that to be true. We have great networks, so if there is a camping ban in place, number one, it may discourage others from other cities, because the survey was 121 people. Of that survey, 13 were not even from this county. So it makes me wonder, as people find out the services and people network, they know, you know, is that extending more? So it just makes, I may just Google that. I myself do believe council should increase funding to our nonprofit organizations, not the for-profit. And I've already said that I do believe that we could have the Tri-Cities Homeless Policy Committee, but because it is government staff other than the coordinator who is paid, I don't know if we need the coordinator, and that money, I believe, could go towards the nonprofits, but the committee could still exist, in my opinion, and then Change the Trend could do their thing. They're very successful. I just, I don't know if we need a coordinator, to be honest with you. So that's where I am right now, with this. Thank you.
Member Wright, just real quick, so on the sit-lie citywide, you were still kind of like 50-50 on it from what I can gather?
Yeah, I
or-
just want to know how it's worked.
Okay,
for
so more
others.
information.
I like I said, and Mayor Pro Tem said it. Are those people going to just go somewhere else?
Right.
But I also, just because I know from others that I've known that have been homeless, when there's been a ban or something's happened, it's encouraged them to make changes in their life. And if a ban is going to encourage people to make a change in their life, I will be okay with that. If it's going to push our issues onto some other city where they may not have all the resources that we have, I may have an issue with that. So I need to look up a couple of things.
Sounds good. Member Wright, so yeah, we'll just get additional information on camping ban in other municipalities.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then Member Ward?
Oh, I'd like to circle back to something that Emily said that concerns me a little bit, and that's about losing people after they leave the hospital. From a legislative standpoint, at a state or local level, do you think there's anything that we could do to make that easier? I know that you're running into things like patient privacy regulations and other things along those lines, but you know, some sort of involuntary commitment or some change to that policy seems like it might help. Is there something you can think of?
I don't know that it's a change to the policy or it's a change to the logistics of how those are actually carried out. And I'll probably run the risk of getting into the weeds when it comes to things like an emergency commitment is a detox hold. That's a fraught system for clinicians that work alongside police and in the community out on the streets, because we can't sign off on those. We have to reach out to a detox facility to sign off on those. We can initiate it, but we have very little control over what happens once we initiate it, because we're not the ones who actually get to sign it. And we are entrusting the hospitals to then coordinate care. We can make phone calls and be a go-between person, but we're not in charge of what the doctor does at discharge and whether they choose to honor that or not. The same thing happens with mental health holds often too. So our level of control and the teeth that those measures have when it's involuntary is a real frustration. So I don't know if a legislative change is what helps with that so much as it just actually being carried out the way it's intended to. There are other involuntary measures for mental health and for substance use intervention, like going as far as an involuntary commitment, which is court-ordered or court-ordered mental health treatment. We have seen a lot of struggles to, again, enforce those court orders for a number of different reasons. I mean, somebody's court order can be dropped if they just don't engage in treatment, which is the antithesis of the court order. Picking somebody up on a civil pickup order was something that was historically done through the sheriff's office. Arapahoe County does not honor that now. So again, I don't know, I think it's written the way that we want it to function. How people participate in that system seems to be what we run into. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Do you think there's a possibility of bringing people to the table and just getting a more global understanding of how it's supposed to work? Maybe there are people that are operating this machinery that don't really, they're not familiar with what the expectations are on both sides.
I'm glad that you say that because the hospital is one of the entities that sometimes doesn't understand how those are supposed to work. Emergency commitments are written into statute, and we often are educating hospital staff in the emergency department about what it is.
Okay.
Same with paramedics. Yes, so yes.
Yeah, that's concerning to me. I'd like to see us, if we add anything to the action plan, do something about that, because I hear this even in the Region 9 task force meetings. People are dropping out of the system because something gets lost along the way. And then Member Russell hit on this, and I hit on it earlier, but another big thing I think is involving other regions just than Tri-Cities. This sounds like it would be a large administrative lift, but coordinating across borders. When we toured this potential new intake facility at Bellevue and I-25, there were jurisdictions from 3 counties there, multiple cities in Arapahoe County. There were Denver representatives there. There was a Douglas County Sheriff's Deputy there, at least one. And that's because that location borders those multiple counties very closely, and so it would be utilized by them. And they're dealing with similar populations. I just think, if anything, an expansion of that regional approach would be helpful in the future. And then the interesting thing I heard, I think it was Member Wright that brought up this concern, and it's been lingering in the back of my mind as well, as the question of whether providing additional services is actually serving as a magnet. I haven't heard anything specific that would convince me that that's what's going on, but it is kind of a lingering concern. I don't know what the alternative is. I don't want people freezing and starving to death on the streets in my city, and I don't think any of my residents do either. This is one of those inexorable issues where, as much as I wave my policy pen, I feel like if I had an endless bucket of money, I would still never solve the problem. And that's frustrating. I'm glad we're working towards it. So I don't know, Mayor, if you want me to go through these questions. Some of them I really don't have answers to. I think I hit number 1 pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, I'm fairly comfortable with the status quo, but I would not be opposed to funding a program if it came along and I thought it would be beneficial in the form of a supplemental. I'm just not sure that there's something that we need to fund right now. I think there's also some potential room for coordination with the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Task Force on some of that funding as well, depending on how they cross the substance use threshold with the homelessness. Number 3, I don't have a good answer for that. I feel like I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't on it. Homelessness is one of the most common complaints I hear from my constituents, but I also realize that these are human beings, and being poor shouldn't subject you to arrest, in my opinion. So I have a really, really hard time with both of those. I think some reasonable policy in place to ensure that there's minimal disruption to businesses is kind of what we have now, businesses and residents as well. To the extent that anybody is committing a crime, whether it be, public urination, indecent exposure, or, open use of an illegal substance, I think we need to address that. But camping, it's a hard policy point for me, and I might have to flip a coin on that vote. I don't know. And then the last one, I think I hit that as well. An expansion of the region to the extent possible, I think would be a good step forward. I know that many of these regions, one of the pressure points here is that Denver has a very different approach than Aurora, which has a different approach than Douglas County, which has a different approach than us. So getting together and talking together about common interests and goals and what has worked and what hasn't worked, I think would be helpful for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Ward. Member Prang, hate to put you on the spot, but are you able to provide just feedback on, I think you kind of touched on a couple of them, but not on like the sit-lie or the private nonprofit increase of funding?
Sure, I can walk through each of these. I think that we should continue on number one. I think seeing the plan through to fruition and, accomplishing, I think we have some goals that we've accomplished, but not all. Not wanting to lose momentum in the action plan. And I do think that there were several suggestions tonight from council members on potential new areas of focus. So I would want to see us continue working on the plan, increase or decrease. I agree with you, Mayor. There's not really enough information tonight to know exactly what the funding is. And to Member Russell's questions earlier on spending, if we could get a slide that has a breakdown of overall spending, I would want to see us continue to fund the coordinator position. I think that there's value in having kind of like what you referenced, the executive level oversight of the regional response. And while I do think that our service providers have a ton of expertise, I'm not sure that that's their area of expertise, the coordination and the oversight for the region. And so I see value in continuing that. I am interested in exploring the expansion of sit-lie and looking at a camping ban, but I do believe that we should finalize getting some of our other resources in place, like the Navigation Center and the Bridge House, have those up and available as resources to homeless before we get too strict on that. I think it's a conversation that should continue until those pieces are in place. And I don't really have a great answer to number 4, but I guess what I want to say to that end is that my hope is that City Council as a whole can have a more unified voice in support of our city staff and Tri-Cities Homelessness, et cetera, and our nonprofit organizations that all work toward these goals. I feel like sometimes we're not having that unified voice, and short of us having that, we're not going to get the best work done around this issue. And so we really need to come together and model what we want that conversation to sound like and demonstrate that out to the city.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. I think everybody weighed in on these 4 questions. City Manager Lewis, is there anything else that we haven't touched on, anything that we may be missing? I'm actually kind of thinking back to the original conversation of this. I think part of why we wanted to have this conversation now was that we're currently in the process of hiring a new police chief. So part of what this discussion was to kind of provide guidance in terms of what the expectations are from council on this specific issue. Did we provide you enough, or is there anything still missing as part of that conversation?
This information and feedback, all of it, was really helpful and instructive. And I'm glad that our partners were in the room to kind of hear it firsthand. Deputy City Manager Dodd and I have been taking copious notes with each of your comments and just really appreciate the feedback. This is exactly what we needed. And I think it's also helpful as we prepare for the joint session with our Tri-Cities partners that's coming up. I can't remember that date, but it's soon. And I think this will help us have a better kind of grounding in terms of how we all feel as a city towards that.
This unfortunately is an issue that we're never going to solve, right? So the fact that we are putting together a plan in place and we have dedicated people, Ms. Watts, Ms. Van Hock, Ms. Van Hake, sorry, Donnie Cox, Ms. Richardson, just the amount of work that has gone into this has been pretty impressive, and how we gotten here in just 3-4 years it's pretty impressive. So we're moving in the right direction. There's still challenges, but I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. So thank you very much to staff, and thank you very much to everyone for the presentation and for staying late on this topic. So thank you so much.
Can I just?
Oh, sorry, Member Russell. There was
That's
something
okay.
else.
I
Go
just
ahead,
want
please.
to, I just want to add one other thing. So if we're moving forward with updating plans, we are woefully inadequate on the substance abuse. You didn't see that anywhere. That's one of the top problems, and there are not a lot of solutions for that. So I think that we need to identify that problem, or we're not going to have any accuracy in anything we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Member Russell. All right, everyone. Yeah, that ends that study session item. So thank you very much for your time tonight and staying past 10 o'clock on the item. So thank you, everyone. All right. I guess reports from boards and commissions. Anyone got anything? I think Member Noonekamp, you may have the only item. So go ahead.
I'll be quick. Cultural Arts Commission met last Wednesday. They are moving forward on some new signal box wraps that you'll be seeing soon. They also provided some grant funding to the Chamber of Commerce for their upcoming Mason and Murals and Mason Jars event. Framed Art received a grant from the Cultural Arts Commission for a new mural on their building, which on the south side, which will be opening in a couple weeks. Also, the my mind readjust. The Affordable Housing Task Force met on Thursday. Member Anderson and I were both there, and that group has spent the last 9 months learning, evaluating, hearing from speakers, hearing different options, and they are now transitioning into the formulation of their recommendations. So they started working on identifying what kinds of recommendations they would like to make, that they want to achieve consensus on, that they will make to the City Council over the next few months. And so they are going to continue that through October and November. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Member Noonekamp. No one else with anything from boards and commissions. Moving on to council members' choice. The identification of 2 council members to be part of a police chief interviews. I think you guys all know where I stand on this. I would prefer that we're not sitting on it, but it does sound like the members of council do want to be part of this. So are there any nominees on who would want to be part of the police chief interviews? Or does anybody want to nominate themselves? Is there, well, let's start here. Is there still a desire for 2 members of council to be part of the police chief interviews? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Just a point of clarification, we're not actually sitting on the interview panels. This is just to attend the community night, correct?
Thanks for the question, Member Ward. It's a community panel, essentially. We have all of our boards and commission chairs that will be invited to that, 3 representatives of the business community that we're coordinating with the chamber, 3 representatives of the nonprofit community, which we're coordinating through Change the Trend, and then the 2 city council members, if there are 2 that are willing to serve. And again, this is actually, quite common. Police chiefs across the country are, there is a public component to that. If you're watching the news right now, Aurora is getting hammered for having no public comment, no public input into the selection of their chief. And so we really want to just make sure that we are being thoughtful about how we do that. And if council wishes to participate in that process, we would welcome to have you.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
I'll throw my hat in the ring. I'm very interested in serving in this capacity. I think the position of police chief is one of the more crucial staff positions in the city as far as being public facing and determining how we do the things that the citizens rely on us to do. So I'm very interested in participating in that.
Thank you, Member Ward. Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
I'll weigh in just to say that I don't have a strong opposition to it, and the only reason I don't is because the city manager is the one who is making the invitation. This is under his purview, and I would say my ask is that for any council members who do choose to participate, that we commit that we will respect the choice of the city manager. It's his hire, it's not our hire. You might like someone else, then who gets the job, and whoever gets the job, we need to back 100%. So that's my only word of warning about engaging in this process, is at the end of the day, the person who's, or the people who are part of that experience are seeing one sliver of the process, not the entire process and all of the different stages and panels that ultimately the hiring manager, the city manager in this case, will have. And so I want to have a lot of deference and respect to that decision as in the charter, as the charter requires us to. So if we can agree to that, I'm comfortable. I cannot because I do not have capacity with my day job, but if those who want to participate can do so with that, I'm comfortable with it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? No? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Noonenkamp. However, we all have to agree to do that anyway, because it is ultimately your choice to appoint the city manager. I mean, the chief of police. So I think any council member that sits on it probably would not have that problem. And so, anyway, I would be willing to, but I'm willing to allow other people to also.
Thank you, Member Russell.
Mayor, I forgot to answer Member Ward's, the end of his question, which is how are they actually part of the process? So each one of the people that I mentioned will be given a ranking form and also be able to give open feedback as well. So it's a form that'll have basically 2 questions, kind of ranking, and then also kind of general comments. And all of that will be taken into consideration from over 50 people that over the 2-day period are going to be giving feedback about their preferences.
All right, perfect. Anyone else want to potentially nominate themselves for this board? Or I'm perfectly fine having Member Ward sit on this panel if he would like to provide his time on this. So, Member Wright, go ahead.
I believe there's 2 people, and I believe Member Russell said that she'd be willing to.
She said she's willing if no one else wants to.
Well, then
So
I'll nominate her. She said she's willing.
There we go.
I support Member Ward and Member Russell
There we go.
participation in this panel.
I wasn't sure if anybody had a strong desire to be on this. So yeah, I'd be perfectly happy having Member Ward and Member Russell as well. So thank you very much for providing additional time for this. So, all right. Lastly, there's one other item I wanted to bring up just because it's part of Mayor's choice, or excuse me, part of the Friday report. But apparently, we're still. It's referred to as the pink tax, and we're still collecting sales and use tax on menstrual products as well as diapers and that type of thing. I was made aware of this by members of the Englewood Middle School. I believe it was the same teacher that and their students that brought the no smoking in the parks years ago. Anyway, they made me aware of it. They sent me hundreds of letters. And apparently we're one of the few cities that are still doing this. And so I'm glad that staff was able to provide us what the impact would be for the city. But for me, it wasn't about the sales or use tax. The fact that we're still doing it to me is we shouldn't be doing it. So I'm asking if we are able to have staff write up an ordinance in order to get this change. So that's what I'm asking right now, is that if there's enough members of council that would be willing to see that change. So I already see 2 thumbs up over here. Member Wright, go ahead.
I spoke to several members of council, and I don't think there's an issue at all. This should have been taken care of years ago. So it's a generational issue.
Yeah.
I support it 100%.
Thank you, Member Wright. Anyone else want to weigh in? I think I saw thumbs up. All right, perfect. All right, thank you for that. Anyone else for council member's choice? Whose light was it? I just heard. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I have a council request for the city attorney, really, and this is, I'm really hoping it's regarding the general penalty clause that's coming forward for first reading next week. And I just want to read these questions and would just like this information put in the packet if possible. And my first question is, has any court declared our local general penalties unconstitutional? When and what court? 2, whose duty is it to ensure our punishments for city laws are proper? 3, if city punishment is less than the state, is the state law unconstitutional?
Could
4,
you
do
slow,
most cities
I don't
have?
type this fast. Could you slow down a
Oh,
little bit?
I'll give you this. I will.
Okay.
I'll give you my sheet when I'm
perfect.
done. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, that is fine.
Okay.
I will give you this. Thank you. Do most cities have a general penalty provision that is also unconstitutional? 5, how many of those cities have changed their punishments? 6, what is the status of current litigation? Are these appeals or civil litigation? And what are those cities arguing to the courts? 7, what is the fiscal impact of this proposed legislation? Oh, I think that was 7. 8, the penalties, will the penalties apply to both criminal cases and traffic cases? 9, how will a citizen know the possible maximum punishment for each crime if the general penalty no longer applies? 10, do we have potential solutions to this problem that can address our concerns but still provide detail to the public without having to understand the entire state system? Where will this information be available for the public to review? And I mean, I don't know where it's available now. Well, I know it's in the Muni Code. And number 11, what are the state punishments for false report of cruelty of an animal? And what about public consumption of alcohol or possession of drug paraphernalia? So I just think, I don't know the answers to these questions. I just think they might be good for us to have in advance to maybe address any things that might be problems or might not. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And you wanted those as part of the packet and not as a council request, correct?
Yes, because is it?
It'd be too late, yeah.
What is your preference?
That's a lot of questions. That agenda item is already complete and has already been approved. However, we can certainly take it off. The packet is published Thursday at 5 p.m. and I don't know that I'll be able to get all the answers by then. So we could delay it, move forward without it, or I can answer as many questions as I can by Thursday at 5. I'm open. I would definitely welcome direction.
Do you mind if I chime in? Just, City Attorney, is it time sensitive in order to have it on the agenda Monday night?
No, we can certainly delay it.
Okay. Are members of council okay with delaying it to provide answers for Member Russell?
I'll tell you, that's going to take me so much time to gather all that information. I'm fine just withdrawing the agenda item. I have told the judge, I think it's not legally compliant for him to sentence anyone in excess of the state maximums. And so the judge knows that's my legal opinion. I wanted to write it into law, but it doesn't have to be part of our municipal code. And I think the judge doesn't support it, even though he hasn't responded to my repeated requests for his input. So I'm fine just withdrawing the item rather than spend, I'm really concerned how long it's going to take me to gather that information.
Go ahead, Member Newcamp, on this topic.
It is on this topic. I'm just curious if what liability is the city open to if we are sentencing penalties beyond a state maximum?
So we risk violating the Constitution. So we would have, if we violate someone's constitutional rights, we could potentially have a Section 1983 claim, which could include damages, attorney's fees, some pretty significant financial penalties. But I've already told the city prosecutor, do not recommend any maximum sentence that exceeds that allowed by state law. I've told the judge, this is my opinion. If the judge accepts that opinion or not, that's within his discretion. But if we do violate the Constitution, it comes out of the city general fund to pay for it.
And just as a follow-up, if it was in our municipal code, would that increase or protect us from any liability? Or if he would continue to act outside of the Constitution, would it not matter?
Well, I think that's a more complicated legal analysis. We could argue that the judge exceeded his authority and acted outside the scope of his role and violated our local law. And we could argue then that it's the judge's liability, not the city's. However, the city's insurance policy still provides for Arizona missions by the judge as well as an elected official and employee of the city. So we could say the city would not be named as a defendant. Probably the judge would be personally if it violated our municipal code, but it's still the same pot of money that would pay for any legal violation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll just weigh in briefly and say, I want to have this discussion. I'm not comfortable just not having it. And I was not taking notes when, like the city attorney was during Member Russell's questions. So I'm not prepared to make that decision tonight. If we could delay that decision, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. Member Wright, on this topic? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Aren't there cities fighting for their home rule authority over the states? It's not constitution, it's municipal home rule authority over the state authority, isn't there? There's Longmont, and I know that Aurora said, no, it has to do with the $300 or whatever it is on shoplifting or something. So there are cities saying, no, we're not gonna do this already.
Rifle fought it and lost. They changed
Right.
their municipal code.
Yeah, and they're small, I could.
But there is, let's see. We believe there's litigation outside of a motion to dismiss at the trial court level in Longmont. Longmont has appealed, case is fully briefed. They had oral arguments on July 11th. This has come up as a motion to dismiss in Greeley. Let's see. Of course, the rifle case is what we're all looking at. We understand that it's also being faced in Lafayette, Thornton, Westminster, and Montrose. And this was as of August 30th.
So if I understand, several cities are fighting for their home rule authority over the state's authority.
Yes. And a
Okay.
rifle fought it and lost.
Okay, so, and I guess, and I'm no lawyer and I'm not gonna act like one, but common sense would tell me Rifle's a very small town and they may not. If I was Rifle, I probably wouldn't fight it because of the money aspect compared to one of the bigger cities.
Yes, that's a good point. And it's our understanding that other cities may try to fight it together, may file what's called an amicus brief to support another city.
Okay, so the one question I have, is it a constitution issue or is it a state law versus home rule law?
I would say it's a constitutional issue because cities have exercised their home rule authority to create different penalties. But the argument is the 14th Amendment of the Constitution guarantees equal protection under the laws. So the argument is the 14th Amendment says that cities can't treat a defendant differently than the state does because it's an equal protection under the law. So it's kind of a hybrid.
So what if the state's penalty is much worse than the municipalities?
It can be less, it just can't be worse.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's, the theory is that it helps the defendant, it doesn't harm the defendant if they get a lesser penalty.
Okay. So in other words, the court just needs to use common sense.
A lot of problems would be solved in that manner.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
So just to finish on this topic, I don't want to, I'm fine delaying the issue, but I do want it to come back to council because didn't we have this conversation during the home rule and there was a majority of council that wanted to see this item come back specifically?
Yes, and I was also directed to reach out to the judge and get his
Yeah.
input, and so I.
So
I
for that
did.
reason, I also wasn't writing down the questions that Member Russell was, but I do want to, I do want to honor her request, but also if it's too much workload, I understand that as well, but I don't want to completely take this off of a future council meeting, so. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Actually, I really didn't want to take it off of the agenda. I think maybe some of these questions, and maybe after you look at them, you would decide that maybe, I mean, I'm okay if we don't need to answer all of these questions, but I'm not advocating that we take it off. I would rather see a delay for perhaps some of these questions.
Okay, thank you, Member Russell. I think other members of council would probably feel the same. I didn't see anything different. I'm not sure where the lights turned on here. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you needed, Member Pring? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. Not related to that last topic. I'll be brief. I just wanted to
give kudos to and gratitude to our police department for their response this morning up at the tech campus and the threat that the schools faced. I continue to be incredibly impressed with the timeliness of our response and the thoroughness of our response. I also had opportunity to speak with Superintendent Polzin this afternoon, and she asked that I express the school district's gratitude to our police department. She could not speak more highly of the professionalism and just the gratitude of partnership and in taking care of staff, students, and the city. So thank you so much.
Yeah, well said, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. This will probably turn into a council request, but I'll just lay it out there. A constituent told me today that on South Jason Street, where there's some improvements that were a result of the PUD for the 5 field apartments. We were doing bulb outs on each end of the block and then a raised crosswalk. He said it was converted to a flat crosswalk, so this is traffic calming. And if I remember right, I thought it was a condition of the PUD that they put in a raised crosswalk. He said it was an engineering issue. I feel like we need to figure out a way to do hold the developer to what they required. If that's not engineering, the possibility is not possible from an engineering perspective, then some alternative that has the same traffic calming effect or something like that. I don't want to just drop something. We promised this to those people in that block. So I don't know what the backstory, maybe he didn't have it right. Maybe you know more, but maybe that's a council request. And to see what we can do to make sure we fulfill our obligation to those citizens.
Mayor, I followed Mr. Irwin out because I too was confused and concerned about that. And so I have composed an email basically asking the same thing to our Public Works Department. So we'll get an answer to that and get it entered into the system.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to ask my peers here, so I'll just spill it here. Member Ward, last week or so, it came up about wanting a full-time employee to look after the abandoned buildings and stuff. And most of our abandoned buildings are on the Broadway corridor and the hospital district. So one of my thoughts was EDDA has a lot of money and they kind of manage that area. So since they're coming to us about a budget approval, can we ask them for money to help manage those abandoned buildings? Since we don't have funding through the regular funding source, maybe they could help even pay for a part-time staff to help with those abandoned buildings. So
Do you mind if I weigh in first? So I think where we're going next, Member Wright, is just understand the issue and what potential changes would be directed by staff. I don't think we're at the level yet of asking for an FTE. I think that's the reason why it was taken off, because we were asking for, as part of the budget process, we were trying to assign half an FTE or a certain percentage of an FTE to a So right now, I think we can, in terms of your question, we can ask them, but we don't have the information yet to say if it is an FTE or if it's gonna fall under community development or that type of thing. So I think City Manager Lewis, feel free to jump in here, but right now the ask is just study session with the additional information on what City Attorney is providing, as well as just additional information on the issue, correct?
It is, but certainly staff always appreciate suggestions on funding sources, so.
Right, so if they're gonna come to us in, I don't know, soon, can we ask them, this is what we're looking at, are you willing to do this to put the money aside once it's done at the beginning of the year or whenever?
We can definitely have that conversation. I believe they're coming on the 24th or whatever the study, not next week, the week after is when DDA, but yeah,
Right.
there's always an opportunity for us to ask for the DDA to take on additional responsibilities within the boundaries. and I'll leave it at there for this item. So we'll wait until the 24th to discuss
Okay,
it as well.
yeah,
So.
I want to put it out there to see
Okay.
if there's, I don't know, if I have to get consensus or whatever, so. just-
No, actually, so no, that aspect itself, you can ask the question of the DDA during that evening on the budget conversation. So
Okay, all right, thank you.
anything else, Member Wright? All right, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce quickly an opportunity that's come up. We, as you know, the Deputy City Manager and I have meetings with our elected officials in the region. One of those was with Senator Hickenlooper's office, and we were informing him about the great work that we've been able to do with our lead service line through the federal infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure law. And so we suggested that if the senator had interest in seeing some of those projects, that we would welcome him. And so that has been quickly put together. I want to thank Deputy City Manager Dodd for coordinating the details. For September 13th, so end of this week, Friday afternoon, we'd love for all of you to be there. Mayor, I know you can't be there, but and Mayor Pro Tem, I haven't heard, but you will. So we'd love to have some remarks from you. But we will have residents there who have been impacted by this, and we are putting this on your calendar, but it's 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the end of Clarkson Circle. That's 2838 South Clarkson. And so that's an area that has been kind of challenging in terms of doing this project, and we could not do it without those federal dollars. And we hope that you can all join for that. And if I can just have Deputy City Manager Dodd make one more announcement about pedestrian safety.
And I just really wanted to quickly follow up because Mayor, last week you had asked about the walk and roll initiative at the public schools and whether the city was doing anything. So I worked with our traffic engineer who you met earlier tonight and Director Rachael, and just wanted to report that October, as you know, is Pedestrian Safety Month. So we're working 4 different angles. The first is that we are in coordination with the schools for walk and roll, which is the old bike and walk. I'm tired. But bike and walk to school day, but we will have more information for you on that soon. The second is that we're planning another study session for you on Vision Zero, tentatively scheduled for October 9th. The third is that we plan to work with our communications department on a education engagement campaign, similar to what Member Anderson mentioned tonight, and so we'll be working on that soon. And then finally, we do hope to be able to do some kind of community event with a guest speaker, likely towards the end of October, but it's something we're working on now. So I just wanted to let you know that we are working several different angles to recognize Pedestrian Safety Month in October.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. Any questions? All right, real quick, Member Wright, sorry, I think I may have diminished your ask because, yes, you can ask the question, but I think you want guidance from City Council on whether or not we potentially ask the DDA for their budget to include the FTE for vacant buildings. So that, yeah, if any members of council want to weigh in on that, go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I'll just weigh in briefly. I appreciate the creativity. The ordinance in question is around a vacancy tax, and I'm not sure if we could outsource taxation to another entity and how we would manage that. That is a question mark for me. And I think the FTE in question would do other things for community development besides just the vacancy tax program. So, and I would say we also would want this to apply to vacant buildings outside of the EDDA boundaries. So for that reason, I am probably leaning against, but if there's information that I'm not aware of, I'm open to the conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Anyone else? That was the other aspect of it that I was thinking of is this would be for all of Englewood and not just the DDA boundaries. So I just need more information before we're able to say yes or no for the DDA at this point. So anyone else? We can still have that conversation on the 24th though, Member Wright, just as an item that council's thinking of. All right, and with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. We'll see you all next week. Have a good evening.